Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Friday. We are back, and we got some stuff we got to go through. We'll do some more Wukong after we get through the stuff, and then finally, we're going to be ending it up with Steve. So, yeah, looks like it's going to be a pretty good day. Aylin, good to see you. How you doing? How was your day? How are the things? Okay, there we go. We got a wee bit of news. Just a wee bit of news because something big happened. They are good. I'm vibing. Nice. Yeah, wee bit of news. Something big happened yesterday. Elden Ring Night Rain came out, and it sells 2 million units on the first day. Elden Ring Night Rain sold 2 million copies on its first day. Pre-orders and early sales have pushed the game beyond the incredible 2 million units milestone, publisher Bandai Namco announced. The multiplayer co-op spin-off released overnight and soon shot up the Steam most played chart with an impressive 313,593 peak concurrent users. That doesn't tell the whole story, of course, with both Microsoft and Sony withholding Xbox and PlayStation player numbers, but FromSoft has now given us an idea of just how big Night Rain is with the announcement of 2 million copies sold already. Elden Ring was a massive hit, selling 30 million since going on sale in 2022, and it seems unlikely that Night Rain will come close to matching that success. For better context, Shadow of the Erdtree expansion sold 5 million copies within 3 days of its release in 2024. It will be interesting to see if a sales figure is announced for the same period for Elden Ring Night Rain. Despite the huge player numbers, not all is well with Elden Ring Night Rain. It has a mixed user review rating on Steam, where complaints revolving around the lack of duos or two-player co-op and voice chat. Players are also complaining about the brutally difficult solo experience and how hard it is to find friends to make up enough numbers to fill a 3-player squad. A patch will make solo play easier. Is due out next week. As explained in IGN's Elden Ring Night Rain review, let's get the most important caveat out of the way first. If you are hoping to tackle Night Rain entirely solo, and are anything less than a hardcore Elden Ring player that actively seeks out ways to make that already difficult game even more challenging, Night Rain isn't for you. Yes, there is technically a single-player option, but it is so poorly balanced that I wouldn't be shocked if it isn't patched and adjusted within the first month of release, and this is coming from someone who lives and breathes these types of games. We got plenty of Night Rain tips and tricks to help you take down all the 8 Night Lord bosses, and if you're wondering how to unlock the 2 locked Nightfarer classes, check out how to unlock the Revenant and the Duchess, plus how to change characters. So, yeah, been a really, really, really big night for FromSoft again. I've arrived to be rotund and drink tea, and I'm all out of tea. Well, there you go. It's good to see you, Sober. How you doing? But yeah, FromSoft had a really big night. Night Rain came out. 2 million copies sold in the first day. Which, that's really, really good. That's really, really good. True, what's going on, buddy? Not bad here, just ate some haddock with hollandaise. Good stuff. Yeah, that is good stuff. Absolutely. So, yeah. Elden Ring seems to be doing okay. What they said in the review, I'm not entirely surprised. But, well, it's 19 minutes. Let's take a look and see what they have to say. Or not. That makes sense, too. Just, yeah, that's fine. Here, I'll do it this way. God damn it. Elden Ring review. Okay.
Elden Ring Night Rain is a weird one.
Since she's okay, yeah, I'll definitely check it later.
It takes the foundation of one of the best open world RPGs of a generation and turns it into not just a roguelite where death is even more of a big deal, but a 3-person co-op focused roguelite. And in many ways, that strange experimental concoction is a success. Under the right conditions, Night Rain's 45-ish minute runs are positively thrilling. They are packed with surprising encounters, challenging decisions, satisfying opportunities for teamwork, and some of the best boss battles From Software has ever...
Corgi coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Corgi. How you doing, buddy? Can we get a shout out for Corgi? I'd appreciate it.
...come up with. And that's a very high bar. The big problem, however, is that those right conditions are far more difficult to create than they should be. You really need to have a consistent squad of similarly skilled players that are able to devote hours at a time in order to see what makes Night Rain special. And when you don't, the flaws of its design are magnified tenfold. There is excellence in this Elden Ring spin-off, but it's excellence that's just a little bit tarnished. Let's get the most important caveat out of the way. If you are hoping to tackle Night Rain entirely solo, and are anything less than a hardcore Elden Ring player that actively seeks out ways to make that already difficult game even more challenging,
cold medicine is kicking your ass. Ouch.
Yes, there is technically a single player option, but it's so poorly balanced that I would be honestly shocked if it isn't patched and adjusted within the first month of release.
See, this is kind of what I was afraid of when it comes to Night Rain. It's not that it's really all that much different. I mean, I know that there's a couple of things that are different, right? Character creation is gone. You have set characters. You got the wall jump instead of like a double jump kind of deal. And that's all well and fine, but the most difficult thing is trying to find the right people to play with. And the other issue, too, is what do you do if you can't, right? You can go down to duos, but supposedly duos are tougher, and there's less people looking to do duos, and solo is really, really, like, insanely difficult, because they probably just went, oh, well, it's the same difficulty, but we're just going to put it down to one person instead of 3. This is kind of like trying to get everybody together to play something like Baldur's Gate 3 or Helldivers or do any sort of co-op in any of the Dark Souls games or even in base Elden Ring, right? Trying to get everybody together is like herding a cat. It just doesn't go very, very well, and this is what we're kind of left with. Yeah, it came out last night, Corgi. It sold 2 million copies in less than 24 hours.
And this is coming from someone who lives and breathes these types of games. To understand why, we first need to go over what Night Rain even is. On a very basic level, this is a roguelite that takes place on an island called Limveld, which is kind of like a melting pot of Elden Ring's environments, enemies, bosses, and structures. The general flow of a run is split up into a 3-day cycle. On days 1 and 2, it's all about farming gear, defeating bosses, and leveling up so that you're as prepared as possible when you face off against one of the 8 extremely difficult Night Lord bosses on day 3. It's a great formula, and while you might think that the mostly static map would get old after a while, there's a good amount of procedural generation on every run that mixes up the location of just about every point of interest, requiring you to plan out a unique route on each new attempt. On top of that, there are also random events like boss raids, summoning portals, and other wild occurrences that inject a heavy level of chaos every once in a while. Efficiency is key because you are on a very strict time limit, with a Battle Royale-esque circle that constricts at set points throughout the day, eventually shrinking to the size of a small battlefield and setting the stage for a boss battle that ends the night. It is immediately obvious that Night Rain was designed with a 3-player squad in mind. Enemy encampments that don't require you to fight a single boss will instead have you spread out to take down 3 tough enemies. Basic encounters against 5 or more enemies that would be trivial with 3 players become costly time wasters when you're on your own.
Fair.
And the new Night Lord bosses all seem explicitly designed with having allies in mind, and I'm not sure how I would even approach several of them by myself. Night Rain at least scales up your damage when you're alone, but it doesn't change any of these fundamental design decisions in any way that would make solo play more reasonable. But the biggest issue is that co-op partners are able to revive each other when someone goes down, but you've only got one life to live against bosses when you're out on your own. That's generally the case in roguelites, but usually there's some sort of safety net that you can fall back on. For example, Hades has Death Defiances, and part of the progression of that game allows you to work towards unlocking more of them with every run. Returnal has artifacts that you can find that give you extra lives, rewarding you for being more thorough in your exploration. Spelunky has shortcuts that allow you to skip the early stages to get practice on the enemies, traps, and bosses that you only have limited experience with. The list goes on, but Night Rain has virtually nothing to make up for the fact that solo players lose access to that crucial revival option. There is an item that will resurrect you once with half of your life, but it's limited to the highest rarity tier, meaning you have to choose it over a legendary weapon if one does appear as a reward. Similarly, you may find them in a shop, but they cost a substantial amount of runes that you could instead use to level up. Either way, it's just not a solution that makes up for the crippling detriment of not having someone to revive you if you go down. None of this is to say that solo play is outright impossible, and I have had a few successful runs on my own, just that the balancing of solo play feels like a job half finished, and as a result, the frustration of playing alone wasn't worth the triumph for me to have any desire to play it more without a squad.
I think that's fair.
Night Rain's saving grace is that when you do have a squad of 3 people who all know what they're doing, communicate well, and are generally pretty skilled at Elden Ring, it really is a lot of fun. The central idea of taking an entire game's worth of progression and condensing it into a 40-minute run is a strong one. Going from cutting down rats with a basic weapon to culling Elden Ring's most fearsome bosses with a badass armament that you may or may not have gotten to use in the main game is one of the coolest and most satisfying parts. It's 80 plus hours of character growth condensed into less than an hour and shot straight into your veins. Dropping into a run the first couple of times is certainly overwhelming, mostly because of the amount of information on the minimap you have to process, but at least FromSoft keeps the inventory and stat management very simple. Level ups are automatic, letting you press a button at a site of grace to automatically level your class's preferred stats. And as far as weapon stats go, all you have to worry about here is the damage number, the elemental affinity, the passive bonus you get simply for having the weapon in your inventory, and the weapon skill that comes along with it. This meant when I had a choice between 3 rewards, I was able to very quickly make a judgment on what I needed at that moment and continue on my way. Eventually, I started to understand what rewards were offered at which camps, which ones were quick and could be cleared before the circle closed in, which ones I should do only if I had a lot of extra time, what level I should attempt certain roaming bosses, and which bosses I should absolutely avoid unless my team was really confident in our builds. Exploring these areas can be more frustrating than it needs to be, thanks to a new wall climbing ability that just feels straight up bad. Especially when it takes 3 attempts to jump over what looks like should be an easily scalable wall as you're trying to escape from the encroaching circle. But learning the ins and outs of the map helped my efficiency and led to a very satisfying feeling of skill progression that wasn't tied to the actual progression system that offers persistent improvements between attempts.
Okay, but the map changes. So I'm not entirely sure what you're going on about. Map changes every single time. So if you die and you start on another run, it's another map entirely. So learning the map's kind of out, and that was kind of the point. I can also see, by the way, what he means about the solo stuff, but I feel like if you were planning on playing this game solo, even after everything that they've said about this game, either you are completely delusional and haven't heard or seen anything, in which case, sorry, that's your own damn fault, or B, you just don't care, in which case it really is your own damn fault. It's not their fault. Game was initially made for 3 players. That's what they want you to do. Right? So it makes sense. Doesn't mean it's good, but at least it makes sense. Be pretty surprised if this wins anything at the Game Awards. I don't know. This is kind of why I wanted to sit back and wait, if I'm being honest, because I want to see, like, we all knew it was going to do really good numbers, but I want to see exactly where they end up, especially after the patch that comes out, because I feel like this has the potential to be really, really, really fun, but I also feel like this has the potential to get really, really, really boring really, really quick. And that's kind of my big thing, right? Like, I played base game Elden Ring twice, and I loved it, but I kind of feel like I've seen everything in Elden Ring. After playing base game twice and Shadow of the Erdtree once, there's no real big reason, unless I just feel like going in and fucking around or doing some sort of challenge run or something like that, to go back to Elden Ring right now, because, again, I've done about everything that I feel like I want to do. And I'm very much so content with watching something online from Vati about lore and stuff like that, so I can catch up and keep abreast of everything that's going on and what people know. And that's great, but I'm still not going back to Elden Ring anytime soon, much as I loved it, and it is one of the best games I've ever played. I also played enough of it. This could have had the potential to bring me back, but I'm not entirely sure that it's done so yet. Not entirely sure. Even if I was into these games, I wouldn't play this. I mean, I can see that, though, right? That's kind of the weird thing is, I was really afraid that the 3-player co-op was going to be a little bit too much one way or the other. And I was also afraid that because they're turning it into a roguelike, that it wasn't going to hold the same kind of fan base that a typical From Software game would. Which makes sense, and that's okay, but now it's like, okay, well, you don't want to do it with duos. You certainly don't want to do it solo. So now you have to have 3 people that you trust that are going to be playing at the same time you are, because if not, now it's just left up to chance, and God knows if you're ever going to get a third. And that's kind of a bummer. You know what I mean?
That system is tied to relics that can be won after completing a run. Whether you win or lose, you still get relics, but the better you perform, the better the quality and quantity of relics you earn. These can be equipped before a run and impart stat bonuses, starting skills or elemental affinities for your initial weapon, buffs for performing certain actions, and in some cases, they can even improve the skills of a specific class. When you're just starting out, these bonuses are hardly noticeable and too random to really make any sort of compelling build from, but eventually, with enough runs under your belt, you'll get some powerful relics that can really start to have an effect on your power level in a run. That said, there should really be more of an element of choice with regards to the meta progression, or at least a way to control some of the randomness. There are a small selection of relics that you can buy at the jar shop inside your base before runs, and there are set relic rewards for being Night Lord bosses and completing class-specific objectives called remembrances, but other than that, you're completely at the mercy of the RNG gods when it comes to what relics you get. It can be really annoying when you're looking to strengthen your preferred class, and you keep getting relics that just don't do anything for you.
Well, it's not even a BR, right? And that's kind of the thing, is that with a BR, everybody's fighting each other and they're fighting the environment. In Night Rain, there is no BR whatsoever. Everybody is on the same team, which is cool, but you absolutely need 3 people. And the only thing, and this is something that it took forever for me to wrap my head around, the only BR-esque thing, really, in the game is the closing circle idea. And that's pretty much it. I was thinking it was because the map shrinks. Well, they do say that really is, like, the only BR thing that they end up getting. Everything else is literally just you're on the same team. And like he said, you got to kind of plan your route, go through. You don't want to do this duo. You definitely don't want to do this solo. It's made for 3 people. And it's like, okay, fine. But again, try and get 3 fucking people together at any given point. It's going to be a nightmare.
One of the biggest departures compared to what we're used to from Elden Ring is that the classes are now actual classes, with unique skills and gameplay styles, as opposed to soft classes that just determine your starting stats and weapons. And the 8 options are varied and well defined, with even the most basic archetypes having some interesting twists to them. The Wilder, for instance, is the general jack of all trades, but also has access to a nifty grappling hook that can be used to pull weak enemies towards you, zip yourself towards larger enemies, or simply zoom you around the field at high speeds if you aim it on the ground.
I'm kind of wondering what he means by soft classes. Because I've always looked at Elden Ring and Dark Souls when it comes to classes as just literally that. They're classes. He just explained what he meant. Right, but that's quite literally the definition of a class. So what does he mean by soft class? Because, like, if I go into Baldur's Gate 3 and I pick a paladin, just because I pick a paladin doesn't mean I need to play it like a paladin. So does that make it a soft class? Or does that make it a predefined class that he's talking about? You see what I mean? Like, it's the term soft class that doesn't make any sense. Because the way that he explained it, that's literally what you do in Dark Souls, that's what you do in Elden Ring, that's what you do in Baldur's Gate 3, and so on. A soft class I would see typically more like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, where there really is no defined class. Right? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, you can be whatever the hell you want to be. As far as they're concerned, you're just the character. That I could see being a soft class. But if you have predefined, then they're already predefined. In Elden Ring, the stats are so minimal in difference that you can be anything, whereas in this, if you pick something, odds are you can't change into another class. Sure, I just think that needs to be better defined. I really feel like that needs to be better defined, because that's the way that this guy described it was a really, really, really weak way in describing what he was trying to say. Again, I could play Baldur's Gate 3 and it doesn't matter what my stats are. It doesn't matter how great the change is. If I wanted to in Baldur's Gate 3, difficult though it may be, I could easily start off as a paladin and then end up becoming, say, more of our barbarian, because I did a couple of things. Barbarian is really close to paladin in terms of what they have for stats anyway, so if I fuck up as a paladin, I can still make my living as a barbarian. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird one. It's just the way he described it. I'm sitting there going, because the other problem is, too, and he's already explained it, is that you have to sit there and wait around and wait around and wait around for something for your class to drop. Right? So, if you don't get anything specifically for your class, then maybe aside from a passive buff, you're kind of fucked. So, yeah, I'm not... the definition just... I was like, what? You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm glad somebody does. But yeah, it's... I don't know. That one's kind of weird how he worded that.
In addition to the basic fighter, mage, and ranger archetypes, you also have a few completely unique choices that don't fit into any pre-existing mold. One of the most interesting classes is the Executor, whose main skill has you pulling out a unique sword with a Sekiro-like parrying mechanic tied to it. Basically, by blocking attacks with proper timing, you completely negate damage, don't lose any stamina, and reduce the enemy's own stamina, potentially opening them up for a critical hit. It's a very risky class, especially in a game where missing a parry can mean almost certain death, and it feels like the offensive power of the Sekiro sword is a little too weak to justify the risk of the parries, but I appreciate this inclusion nonetheless as both a nod to Sekiro and a completely different way to approach combat. As mentioned, each of the classes has a remembrance tied to them, which is essentially a collection of journal entries that chronicle the story of how they wound up in Limveld and their purpose for being there. It's a far cry from the rich lore that we're used to in FromSoft games, but at least each of the remembrances has a handful of playable chapters that have you completing specific objectives in order to earn powerful relics, as well as a healthy amount of runes to help you level up during the actual run itself. Almost all of Night Rain is made up of existing Elden Ring parts, but there are a few surprise bosses that are pulled from the Dark Souls series as well. But the 8 Night Lords are brand new, and oh boy, they're almost all unlike any boss FromSoft has ever designed before. Many of them are clearly inspired by MMO boss battles, with a number of party-wiping attacks that must be stopped or interrupted before they get a chance to finish their preparation. Others are designed to split the party up into roles to either hold aggro or press the assault, and some are just designed to be all-out wars against absurdly aggressive foes. They're almost all bangers, with only one of them being a dud, due to the best strategy simply being hanging back and pelting them with arrows for what felt like an hour. Still, 7
fair.
out of 8 is still pretty great, especially when those 7 are among the best From Software has ever created, with excellent accompanying soundtracks to match. I don't want to spoil them too much, but the fight against the Fisher and the Fog boss in particular is so good it gave me goosebumps all throughout. But the creativity of those bosses once again shines a light on the Eldritch Elephant in the room. They only really work as a team, and by far the 2 biggest issues facing Night Rain right now are 1. The shocking lack of crossplay, and 2. The absence of a duos playlist. If you play as a duo, you will be forced to fill the 3rd player with matchmaking. It is simply a lot to ask of a group of 3 people who all must have purchased the $40 game, play on the same platform, be of a similarly matched skill to be able to handle the extreme challenge of the day 3 bosses, have the time to devote 45 minutes per run, and also can agree on fighting the same boss that they may or may not need to beat for their own individual progression.
Sophia, thank you for the hydrate.
System that at least makes it possible for light communication with a group of randos, but there's no built-in voice chat, which makes nuance like trying to communicate that your group should hit the basement of the castle instead of the front or side entrance virtually impossible. It's just a night and day difference when you're able to group up with a squad that communicates well and knows what they're doing versus when you've got one that doesn't listen to you or just constantly makes bad decisions.
How you feeling, Sophia? How are things?
Especially with no way to vote to cancel or quit out of a run without penalty. That makes the prospect of random matchmaking on the live servers pretty unappealing.
Actually, yeah, no, that's really unappealing, because God forbid you get anybody who just wants to fuck around. Oh my God. You're screwed. The progression system as well as the Force Trio is actually pretty shitty. I think they overestimate their fan base. How am I feeling? I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling good. Yeah, I kind of feel like they overestimate their fan base. Their expectations are too high. So I don't think there would have been a problem with most of this stuff if every single person only ever had the choice of hit start, matchmaking automatically starts, or do a private room thing where you can invite 2 other people. I don't think anybody would have had a problem if you do it that way. But with the way that they're doing it, and especially considering there's a penalty for leaving a match, even if it's because somebody fucked you, that's not good. That's really not good. Because now it's like the majority of the time I have to go in, I have to get lucky that anyone else is trying to progress what I'm trying to progress, but they're like, fuck you, get what you get. Well, I mean, that's kind of the other problem, too, is sure, there are things that you can do in the match to progress certain things, yes, But I think you'd find that anyway, regardless of how this was played, unless you're doing, say, like I said before, a private instance with 3 people who all played at the same time on the same day and so on, and who knew each other well. I think whether the way it is now, or even if it was just you hit start game and matchmaking begins immediately and you don't have a choice, you would, you'd run into the same problem. And unfortunately, that's also just kind of the name of the game, too. Because even in stuff like a BR, if there are certain things that you want to unlock, chances are you're about 10,000 people behind being the first, right? So, sure, your friends can kind of help out, I guess, a little bit if you're, you know, on the same team. But generally speaking, you're doing this stuff by yourself. I can see this all going south real quick. This is an interesting one. This is their first time trying something like this, so it's bound to have problems, but if they don't go out of their way to fix them fast, this game is going to bin very quickly. Yeah. It very well could, for sure. But I think that's also I think their ass being against the fire is a good thing too, because not only do they have this game where they're doing it, but they also have Duskbloods, which is coming out for the Switch 2. Now, even though Duskbloods is PvPvE and this is all team-based, there's still a lot of things that you can learn from one or the other and incorporate into the one that doesn't have it. So, at least in that sense, they've got 2 games to work off of, both of which are probably going to have issues and problems and stuff, but I think the answer definitely lies somewhere in the middle between the 2 of them. It will be a good lesson. Absolutely it would. I definitely feel that.
When Elden Ring Night Rain is played exactly as it was designed to be played, it's one of the finest examples of a 3-player co-op game around. The 8 character classes are each fun to use and feature a surprising amount of depth despite their limited movesets. The new Night Lord boss battles are among the best FromSoft has ever crafted and make the most of the 3-player dynamic, and the fast-paced racing and clock nature of each run leads to exciting moments of split-second decision-making and frantic rushes to try to finish up a fight before the circle closes in. But a lack of crossplay, duo matchmaking, and built-in communication tools makes it hard to create the conditions needed to have this kind of experience unless you're bringing 2 real-life friends on every run. And if you want to just play by yourself, I can't recommend it because of the poor solo mode balancing. All of this amounts to an ambitious spin-off that's exhilarating when you're able to create the proper conditions, and one that quickly flips to incredibly frustrating when you're not.
7 out of 10?
Executive Reviews editor Tom Marks here with Mitchell Saltzman to talk about his review of Elden Ring Night Rain. Mitchell, you reviewed both Elden Ring and the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC and gave both of them 10s, so big fan of both of those. I want to talk first about Elden Ring and what you loved about it, because you don't go into that a ton in the review, but it is what sort of is the basis of what makes this game still good. So what from Elden Ring did you love that you do still see in Night Rain that is carried on here?
It's a little bit of a tough comparison because Night Rain is, they're the same foundation, but they're very different genres, right? One of the things I really, really loved about Elden Ring was it came at a time where I was just kind of like burnt out from open world games, and the style of open world games where you just get a checklist of things to do. You gotta, it just gets a little overwhelming going from like side quest to side quest to side quest to side quest.
True.
And Elden Ring kind of, broke free from that. It was just kind of this free roam, go wherever you want. There will be stuff to do there, and then once you finish up what you do over there, go in another direction. You'll find something cool over there too. With Night Rain, obviously it's a roguelite, so the exploration aspect isn't there. But, everything else that I love about Elden Ring, the enemy design, the world design, the quality of the weapons, like I say in the review, it's having 80 hours worth of progression kind of condensed into a 45-minute run.
We've talked about this a little bit, and you do talk about it in your review, but I'm wondering if there's something else that's like probably Elden Ring diehards are going to be a little disappointed by.
I mean, I talk about it a lot in the review. I think it's the single player aspect.
Sure.
I think, you know, there's going to be a lot of people who are interested in this game being Elden Ring fans, but, you know, they're not the kind of hardcore, crazy Elden Ring fans that have to, you know, do soul level 1 runs or, you know, really have to beat all the bosses. You know, they just kind of like getting through the game, getting to the end, or maybe even not. Maybe they just like kind of the vibe of it. And I think Night Rain's going to be too rough for them. Yeah, so here's like the big thing that I think will get people to understand. Like, if you come against a really tough boss in a Souls-like game, you know, if it's one of the toughest bosses in the game, FromSoft is not cruel. You know, they'll put a site of grace right outside of it. They won't make it a very long run back to the boss.
True.
So you kind of get that rhythm of like immediately trying again to learn the boss. In Night Rain, those bosses are about the same difficulty, but in order to get another shot at it, you have to do another 45-minute run of the
yeah, that's rough.
Just to even see the set of moves that it's using on you. So that's like the biggest problem with it, is that you never get that chance to learn from failure, which is kind of like the core principle of Souls-like.
If you were to speculate,
True.
do you think that the problems you're talking about with solo play and that you know, the issues that come with it, do you think that those are patchable? Do you think that the updates, tweaks, balance changes could make this a better experience for a solo player over time? Or do you think that because this game was designed with 3 people in mind, they're just too baked into the design of Night Rain to really make much progress?
Before he answers, I really want to ask a very, very important question. Let's say they go through all this stuff and now people can do it solo and you can do all this cool shit. Great. But if you're doing it solo because of the way that the game is, or because of the way that they fixed the game, what's the point of the game itself? The entire point was specifically to have 3 people go in against a certain time, like a certain ticking clock element, do what they need to do before the clock runs out, and then if they do, they get to go face a special boss, but they get to do it all together. If you try and do that solo right now, it'll suck, but it is doable. But again, what's the point if you're doing it only solo? Be back in like an hour. Sounds good, Bloop. It can still be a roguelike experience solo. Yeah, but the problem isn't that you're doing it, that you want to play a roguelike experience. The entire point of the game is you're supposed to be playing a roguelike experience with other people. So if you take away a lot of the things that make this a challenging roguelite that you would get when you're doing things as a trio, what's the point of playing it solo to begin with? If that's not what the game is designed for, then it's not what the game is designed for, and it kind of takes away literally everything that makes this game different enough to where people aren't going to look at it and go, man, Elden Ring's just flat out better. You know what I mean? Like, it takes place in the same world. Yes, on a very, very small and fundamental level, you can sit there and you can compare this to Elden Ring, but at the same time, the game itself is so different from Elden Ring that the whole point is to be there with 3 people, do it under a ticking clock, do it within that certain time frame, go and face that boss together. If you're not there for that experience, then what are you there for? It's really, really weird. Willing to bet they go insanely hard on adjusting the game for solo and putting focus on solo than trio, and it'll just basically end up as a majority solo experience game with the option of trio if you have the players. Well, right, but again, my question is, what's the point? That's what I mean, right? Like, if you're going to take away the need for the trio, then there's kind of no point in going through the ticking clock mechanic. So if they're going to sit there and take away the ticking clock mechanic and the trio, well, then that kind of eliminates the entire point of buying the game to begin with, because if you don't have both, it's just going to feel half-assed. So either it's an all or nothing thing, and if you take those two big elements out, it's just Elden Ring. It's just a randomized Elden Ring, in which case, if you already have Elden Ring, wouldn't you just do a randomizer? It's in this really, really, really weird place.
In the long term.
I really do think that they could fix a lot of the issues that I have with this game. And they've already talked about duo mode is something that I've interviewed them, and I talked to them about it. They said it was an oversight that they didn't include it, but that they're looking to add it in a future update. So I'm confident that we'll at least get duo play. Crossplay, again, we're not developers. I don't know why I would have to imagine they wanted crossplay, but
I can give you an idea as to why they don't have crossplay initially. It's because, at least in one massive aspect, if we take Helldivers 2 as an example. Do you miss Joe? Nope, you haven't missed Joe yet. Nope, we're not there quite yet. We're going to finish this video, and then we're going to do those. If we're going to use Helldivers as an example, because that's another massive multiplayer hit, right? The reason why you can do crossplay with people on PlayStation 5 is because Sony allows it. It's a Sony game. They're the publisher. So when it comes out and they go, oh yeah, no, you can absolutely do crossplay with people on the PS5, possibly even Xbox, right? If and when they ever decide to bring it out to Xbox. But primarily it's a Sony game. So crossplay you can do, yes, but Sony allowed Helldivers to do crossplay. This is Bandai Namco. This is not FromSoft working for Nintendo or working for Sony or working for Microsoft. Therefore, they do not have the deals put in with any of those companies to allow crossplay, because they don't have to, right? They don't have to, unless for whatever reason there's some deal made on the back end for Elden Ring Night Rain being on those consoles for a specific period of time before they open up to the rest of them. None of these publishers have any reason to sit there and go, oh yeah, no, we can get it crossplay, no problem. They don't even need to sit there and share the numbers, because they're not even in the same technically they're not even in the same category in the industry as PC users are. So if they don't even have to share numbers, why would they share much of anything else? That's why they don't have crossplay enabled.
Crossplay, I think, is a must for this kind of game.
And even if it does get crossplay, though, do you think that updates could bring hope to somebody who doesn't want to play multiplayer, or is this really is it really just kind of always going to be something that's not really intended?
No, I think there's absolutely a way to patch it to make it more friendly for solo players. Like I said, the damage scaling, that's like step one. I feel like step two to me would be to make that item that makes you respawn when you die, make that a little more easily obtained. Make it like a purple rarity item rather than a golden, the highest level rarity item. But yeah, I think just ways to make it less punishing and give people more of a shot when they get to a boss for the first time, because it like I said, it's really rough when you have to learn the moves of a boss and you get one shot and then you have to wait 45 minutes before you get another shot if you get through those 2 days.
Well, Mitchell, thank you so much for digging a little bit more into your Night Rain review.
I kind of feel like this is the same shit that we get every single time we get a new FromSoft game. And I don't think anybody realizes it. So, for instance, people generally favor Dark Souls 1, right? They love Dark Souls 1. Everybody understands it's a bit janky, but generally speaking, everybody loves the game. Dark Souls 2 came out, and everybody immediately complained that it was harder, and pissed and moaned and bitched and this, that, and the other thing, to the point where they went so far out of their way to redo a lot of things that they made the Sins of the Scholar of the First Sin edition, which drastically changed things so much it might as well be another Dark Souls game in and of itself. Dark Souls 3 was always criticized, again, for being punishing and way too hard, but then they took all of those elements from Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, and they put them in Elden Ring, as well as some elements from Demon Souls, and then everybody complained that, guess what? It was too hard. That's why you have the patches that nerfed Melania. That's why you have the patches that nerfed Radahn. That's why you have the patch that nerfed Promised Consort Radahn. That's why you have the patches that nerfed some of these other bosses in Shadow of the Erdtree, because people were complaining that it was too hard. But the difference between those games and Night Rain is that Night Rain is supposed to be a difficult 3-player experience, and everything banks on the fact that it's 3 players from pre-made classes working against a ticking clock. And I feel like if you start trying to adjust any of that stuff, even if it's just for solo play, if you're going to be removing one of the biggest things, which is a 3-player experience, then there's no point in having the other mechanic, because the only thing that it's allowing you, that it's making you do at that point, is just play fast. So at that point, they might as well take out the BR circle. And if they take that out, and that means that they take the entire time element out, which means that it's quite literally just randomized Elden Ring. So, yeah, I kind of feel like this is, to an extent, understandable, but I also think they kind of missed the point. And I'm kind of hoping that not only do they fix a couple of things that genuinely need to be fixed, but that they double down on the trio aspect and maybe work on the matchmaking stuff a little bit better, maybe change up how things are done, right? So create a private session, get 2 of your buddies in there, invite, have it so that you invite both of them in a private instance, and then you can go through and do it that way. I think that would be perfectly fine. Or the alternative is hit start, matchmaking begins, and you get whoever you get. That way, at least you have a 50-50 chance of going, okay, I need to work on this stuff. I can do this stuff with my friends. Meanwhile, if my friends aren't around, I can go around with a bunch of different randos. Sure, there may be some bad experiences, but overall speaking, I can level up my characters as I want to generally, and my time is still going to be, worth putting towards this. That's how I kind of feel they should do it.
Your thoughts on Elden Ring, the base game, and all that jazz. We'll be back, I'm sure, before long to talk to Mitchell again. If you want to hear another conversation I've had with him, go check out his review of Doom: The Dark Ages. And then if you want another action-y, Souls-ish inspired, not directly Souls-y game, we have a review of Blades of Fire from Jada that you can also go check out with a conversation at the end of that one. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
So yeah, not entirely sold. Not entirely sold on Night Rain just yet, but I figured, you know what? We'll give it a little bit of time. That's what we'll do. We'll give it a wee bit of time. We'll see what happens. But here we go. It's time. The time everybody's been waiting for. It's time for Joe.
again, hungry people. If this is your first time here, my name is Joe, and this is the Joe is Hungry channel, where today, because of this week's food poll, we're headed back to Burger King to check out their latest theme-based Whopper, bring it back to the studio for a very thorough examination, give it the score that it really deserves, right here within the city limits of Fairmount, Georgia. Weston and Sarah, congratulations for tying the knot. Peter and Zoe, congratulations for keeping it tied. Elvis, Cassidy, thank you for supporting the channel, and happy birthday to you. Jake, Tobias, Shaw, Odie, Matt, and Matt, Ethan, Morgan, and Jonathan, I want to wish each and every one of you a very hungry happy birthday. With that business behind us, it's time to move on to Burger King to check out their newest limited time menu. Based on the new movie, How to Train Your Dragon.
Grandson is here and he's off electronics for the summer, so I taught him to play solitaire. Nice!
Consisting of the Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper, the Fiery Dragon Mozzarella Fries, Soaring Strawberry Lemonade, and the Vikings Chocolate Sundae. The Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper, which is what we're doing today, consists of 1/4 pound flame grilled beef patty, 1 slice of American cheese, 2 strips of bacon, and you know I'll be counting, tomatoes.
I never understood this about Burger King, so maybe somebody can explain it to me. Burger King has always prided themselves on flame-broiled Whoppers. If that's the case, why are they still putting in that it is a flame-broiled Whopper? Wouldn't that insinuate that they're bringing it out as a special item because they don't flame-broil the Whoppers normally? Or is this just me?
Lettuce and onions, pickles, ketchup, and mayonnaise on a red and orange marbled hamburger bun. And according to Burger King, made with natural spices and vegetables. Whatever that means, your guess is as good as mine. If you happen to know, leave it in the comments.
Natural spices and vegetables, right, as compared to synthetic spices or synthetic vegetables.
A la carte Dragon Burger will stunt your diet with 870 calories. I have the full nutritional information on the screen and in the description below. If you're going to fall prey to this ad campaign.
They supposedly always flame broil the meat. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. They advertise it as such. So when they go, oh, well, here's the Dragon Flame Broiled Whopper. Right? But you're supposed to be flame broiling it anyway. So what's going on? It's more, yeah, but I don't know. It just feels like shit marketing. It to me, it does anyway, because it's like if your whole thing is you pride yourself on flame broiled patties, and then you don't have anything else other than we flame broil our patties, right, in the commercials. But then you come out with a special limited time version of a burger and call it something with flame broiled in it. Wouldn't that be putting the emphasis on the wrong thing? Like, if my whole thing is I flame broil patties and then I come out with a limited time thing saying I have a flame broiled thing, wouldn't that make people question what the difference is between what you regularly sell and what this one is? You see what I mean?
And must have one of these. A single Dragon Flame will drain your wallet to the tune of $7.99, making a medium combo for $12.29 before taxes in Georgia. Is this hyped up burger worth the upcharge? Will this thing even pass the Joe is Hungry temperature test? Well, we're about to find out when we roll the...
And that's the other thing. They're upcharging it, right? It's not just a regular flame broiled Whopper. It's a Dragon Flame broiled Whopper. So they're upcharging it. But why are they upcharging it if they're supposed to be flame broiling everything?
Drive-thru at Burger King in Cartersville, Georgia.
Like, I hope they at least make it a different fucking color or something. At least that'd, you know, at least there'd be some sort of reason for the upcharge. You can go, oh, okay, well, they don't typically do this. They have to order them specially and crap like that. That at least I could justify away. But yeah, that's another weird one.
open a Burger King. What you looking to get for you?
Could I get 4 Fiery Dragon Whoppers?
Just a sandwich or the meal?
Just the sandwiches.
All right, what else for you?
That's all I want.
$34.20 at the first window.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can pull up for me, I'll bring it out to you.
Penalty box right there. Got it.
Pull up right up there.
All right. We are now in the proverbial penalty box at Burger King. Hopefully, they're going to cook them to order so they will pass the Joe is Hungry temperature test. I've got my Dragon Flame burgers. Let's get out of this penalty box and do the Joe is Hungry temperature test.
I mean, to be fair, 7.5 minutes ain't bad for Burger King. Just saying. I loved How to Train Your Dragon. I saw it a couple of times. It wasn't bad.
Dragon Flame number 1 is 124.7.
Oh, no, that's bad. Oh, no. Ouch. That's really low. Joe likes it 150 plus.
Degrees Fahrenheit. Dragon Flame number 2 is 129.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Dragon Flame number 3 is 135.1 degrees Fahrenheit. If you've been watching my channel, you know for a fact that I like my temperatures at 140 degrees or above. Hotter is always better.
Well, not only is hotter always better, and I've said this in the past, the other issue is that most of the time, especially per fast food regulations, it has to be over a certain temperature. And typically, because it's fast food, that temperature setting is above well done. And they do that, obviously, to not spread bacteria and shit like that. Because I have no doubt that these things were cooked fresh, but they were probably also sitting there for a while. So now whatever juices they had are probably gone. Worst case scenario, they didn't cook them enough, and he's going to be eating like black and blue burgers, which is disgusting.
I've said it over and over again, and you'd think with a name like Dragon Flame that it would be a lot hotter. And I know they're mixing hot and cold ingredients, but I still think it should be warmer than that. In fact, I know they can do it. They've done it before with me. So today, Burger King, Cartersville, you fail the Joe is Hungry temperature test. Now it's time to peer deep inside, count every piece of bacon, get ready for a full Dragon Flame autopsy, head back to the studio, then do the Joe is Hungry weight test. Well, Burger King, you kind of sunk that temperature test today. I guess maintaining safe temperatures is not part of your ethos. Well, let's see if you can hold it together when we take off for this packaging. In other words, we're going to set the chair on the scales. Dragon Flame number 1 weighs in at 11.90 ounces or 337 grams. Dragon Flame number 2 weighs in at 11.45 ounces or 325 grams.
Okay.
Dragon Flame number 3 weighs in at 11.60 ounces or 329 grams.
That's not bad. It's a little over half an ounce. So the weight test isn't bad. It's a little over a half an ounce difference. That's not terrible.
Well, the difference between the heaviest and the lightest is less than 10% of the average weight of all three. So today, Burger King, you pass the Joe is Hungry consistency weight test. Well, Burger King, it looks like you have portion control down pat this time. I think maybe you need to focus a little bit more on maintaining safe temperatures. Well, Burger King, they don't have serving weights in their nutritional information. There is little I can do about that except add them all up, average them out, do the math, and you come up with a middle-of-the-road price of 69 cents an ounce, which leads us on to the next test, the one and only, the Joe is Hungry Big Reveal.
Ooh. I'm going to be honest, that one doesn't look all that appetizing, but to be fair, it is Burger King, so this is about as good as anything from them is ever going to look. Three pieces of bacon. Why are the tomatoes white? Oh, it's because they lathered the entire burger in mayonnaise. Or cum. I mean, the cross-section doesn't look bad. It's just the overall presentation is mildly disappointing. You don't like the cross-section? The meat is pink in the middle? Maybe a little bit. I mean, obviously that's not good if that's the case, but yeah. The cross-section itself, just overall, the cross-section doesn't look horrible, but when you put it all together, it really does look like a sad sandwich.
This is what it looks like, and this is what it's supposed to look like.
I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't look anything like the picture. Even for Burger King, that's pretty bad.
This is what it looks like, and this is what it's supposed to look like. We've seen what it looks like, and we saw how much it was. As far as the price, it's really not that bad. I'll give them that this time.
It's a wee bit squashums. Yes, it's a... Squashums would be the way to put it, for sure.
As far as what it looks like, from my point of view, we have some crush factor going on.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, Burger King, in my opinion, invented ad photo puffing.
That is true. Burger King has always been it's been a burger joint that they taste good. I like how Burger King Whoppers taste. But I would never go off of what Burger King Whoppers look like. Because everybody knows that a Burger King Whopper or a rodeo burger or an Impossible Burger or anything else that they make is going to resemble depression. That's the best way to describe what their stuff looks like.
And then there's the issue of the bacon. I know you're all are wondering about it, and I just happen to have some post-autopsy photos right up here on the screen.
Oof.
And from what I...
That's 1.5 pieces of bacon.
See, I have 1 1/2 slices of bacon.
Yep.
Or 3 half slices of bacon.
Yep.
Maybe they're taking lessons off of Wendy's. I don't know. But clearly, the photos in the ads and adding on bacon shows 2 slices. What a shame. I guess
Oof.
Burger King, you got to cut corners somewhere to try to make up. Anyway, that only leaves one more thing to do.
Okay.
And that would be the one and only, the Joe is Hungry bite test. So it is bite test engage.
Okay. How many cuts do we think he's going to do before he is done with the Joe is Hungry bite test? Sober's going with 14. All right. Sophia, True, Corgi, what do you guys think? Aelin? What do you all think? I'm gonna go low. I'm gonna go low this time. I'm gonna say 12. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking 12. I think he's probably gonna take a few bites of this and then get whatever he needs extra, and then call it good. Because I have a feeling this basically just tastes like a Whopper with bacon on it. Sophia's coming with 13. Sober asks, who's this guy in chat? Huh? What do you mean? That's me. Okay, so Sober's got 14, Sophia's got 13, I've got 12. Any other guesses before we count this down? Don't mind me, I am 3 sandwiches short of a shed. Totally fair. Not the brightest bulb in the knife drawer. Message received. All right, let's see what he does. So I think he's referring to the real Shadow having been... Oh, God damn it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Holy shit, I finally got one. I finally got one. Yes, thank God. It only took me forever. He doesn't seem to be enjoying it. No, he doesn't. I kind of feel like what happened is exactly what I thought might happen, which is he was going to take... as soon as he took a bite, he went, this is literally a Whopper with cheese and bacon. And now he's just disappointed.
It appears to be soft, fresh, and very crushable, but absolutely no difference in the taste department. The meat,
there you go,
besides being lukewarm, was cooked all the way through. The tomatoes were crunchy, but had almost no flavor. The pickles, onions, and lettuce seemed to be crispy and fresh. The bacon was savory when you could find it. I could taste the cheese. I could taste the ketchup and mayonnaise, which really helped out with the flavor combinations. With that being said, let's turn back to the first chapter, see what happened with Shadow Joe, and do the Joe is Hungry Sneak-a-Doodle Bite. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 1. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 2. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 3.
I wonder if food critics get their taste buds spoiled by really tasty food. Like, if I ate this, would I pass out from ecstasy, or is it objectively mediocre? You know, that's actually a really good question. And funny thing is, there was an episode of Star Trek Lower Decks where there's a race of bird people, but their entire mission journeying out from their planet was to find strange new meals. And the reason I bring this up is because being a food critic is one of like the biggest things you can be when it comes to being part of that race of aliens. And the entire episode was basically them just lying through their teeth that everything sucked because their taste buds were so spoiled that they lost their sense of taste for damn near anything. That's an actual Star Trek episode.
It definitely could have been a lot hotter. In fact, it is just barely lukewarm. What a shame. I know they can make it hotter than this. Well, I can taste the lettuce, I can taste the mayonnaise, I can see the tomatoes, but I really can't taste them. I see a very small amount of bacon in there. I can barely taste it. Now it's time to give this thing a score. If you don't know my scale is 1 to 10, 9 being the best. Anything above 9 is a once in a lifetime experience and almost never achieve.
Ooh, wait, hang on. Go back so we can see it a little bit better. What do you guys think he's going to give this? I'm thinking 5.2. I'm going to just put that in there now. 5.2. I think he's going to give it low, middle of the road fast food. I got a Filet-O-Fish from McDonald's the other day. I think they must have thrown across the room. The 4 elements were like Jenga tower, were like a Jenga tower in a kindergarten. Fair. 4.9. Okay, Sophia, what do you got? Go on without you? Okay. What was Joe's absolute dog shit worst? I think he gave one a 0 at one point. It was really bad. It was really, really bad. I think he gave one a 0, actually. I can't remember what it was, though.
Never achieve. 5 and down is that slippery slope to the pits and depths of fast food hell.
Had to find a toothbrush. Oh, okay. So what do you think he's gonna give this, Sophia? I'm down for 5.2. You're 5.3. Okay, and Sober's 4.9. So let's see what he gives it.
So let's go ahead and give this the number that it truly deserves. Burger King. What we have here is a bacon and cheese Whopper with some pretty bread and about $1 upcharge. Nothing special in the flavor department at all.
Yep.
And normally I would have gone mid-5s, maybe a high 5. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
But with that temperature test and scamming me on the bacon,
uh-oh,
today I'm gonna have to go 4.3.
Oh, shit. Ouch. Okay, so we all overshot, but Sober was the closest by far. Ooh, that's rough.
That is my number. This is my review, and hopefully I will see you in the next video.
Wow. Yeah, Burger King really kind of shit the bed on that one, didn't they? Here is the link. Please go like the video. It's Joe. You can't not like Joe. But next up, we have episode 402, which is the season 8 finale of Roll for Sandwich.
Good afternoon, Cubano cultists, and welcome to Roll for Sandwich, the series where I let fate decide my lunch.
I had a really dog water Subway last week, too. Taste was acceptable, but the guy was a proper grouch and full of attitude and built like he was unscrewing a fleshlight. Oh, boy.
Let's go. Today I'm going to be using these black and red swirl dice that were sent in by a viewer. Thanks. Let's get things started with our roll for bread. 1, curse and re-roll. All right, looks like we're going to have to draw a card from our curse deck. This will negatively affect this sandwich and possibly future sandwiches.
Uh-oh.
And this looks as good as any other card. Let's see. Silence. You may not cast spells while this curse is active. Well, that's a bummer. Let's roll for our bread.
Okay.
6, American Pumpernickel. The irony of me saving a few spells for the very end of the season and then hitting a curse that prevents me from casting them is not lost on me. Also, Pumpernickel's pretty good. All right, let's roll for our main. 10, Salami. I'm a big fan of the taste of salami, and it's easy not to waste any since it lasts a very long time in the fridge.
Salami's great.
Let's roll for some cheese. 2, jalapeno cayenne cheddar.
Pumpernickel's one I want to try. Pumpernickel is really, really good. It's essentially just a dark rye. That's really all it is. It may be like a tiny bit denser, and it has a little bit more of a molasses flavor. But that really is the only difference. Myth, how you doing? Good to see ya.
I honestly can't remember the last sandwich we got that didn't have some sort of spicy element on it. The dice really seem hell-bent on increasing my spice tolerance or giving me an ulcer. At least this cheese is fairly tame. Let's roll for roughage. 6 taro root and 11 none. Taro is a root vegetable similar to a potato, grown commonly in Asia, South America, and Africa. It kind of tastes and feels like a cross between a potato and artichoke heart. Last time I sliced up some boiled taro, this time I'm mashing it. It has a fairly mild flavor and creamy texture on a sandwich, and I'm excited to give it another shot at a good combination on the show. Let's get wild with the wild magic roll. 14 pickled quail eggs.
Oh,
well,
God.
I've had hard-boiled quail eggs on the show before. And
Oh.
I've had pickled chicken eggs on the show, but never pickled quail eggs.
Okay. So, for those of you who don't pickle eggs, there are two kinds of pickled eggs. There are... I'm British, I fucking love pickled eggs. Well, that's fair. But there are eggs that are just submerged with a couple of spices and basically pickle brine. But a lot more vinegar than the normal pickle brine. Or there's one that is sweeter and you add in onion and you add in pickled beets. And the eggs become a really, really nice, pretty shade of purple, and they're typically a lot sweeter, which is fine. These are not the sweeter ones. I don't think I'd be a fan of these, especially on a sandwich like this.
Quail eggs are a little richer and creamier in texture than chicken eggs, and I think they'll fit well on this sandwich alongside the taro. The tanginess and acid from the pickle brine will help offset all of the creamy ingredients and blend with the tanginess of the salami. It's an odd combo, but so far, sounds pretty good. And last but not least, it's the D20 sauce roll. Here we go. 10, Steve-O. Steve-O has...
Oh, no. Steve-O's hot sauce, otherwise known as Steve-O's hot sauce for your butthole. That's the official name of his hot sauce.
Turn to the show. He was just waiting for an opportunity to show up where I was powerless to stop him. Honestly, this is not the worst sauce we could have rolled here. A little extra acid won't hurt here, though I maybe would have preferred a mustard.
Ruined.
Let's go ahead and get our sandwich closed up here. Get our toothpicks in to hold it together, and let's get it cut in half.
I think the pickled quail eggs and I think Steve-O's hot sauce for your butthole are the two things that are going to just turn this into shit city.
And let's take a look at that cross-section. Interesting. Well, I do think it seems fitting to end this season with a curse. It's about par for the course. Though no...
Yeah, pickled quail eggs. Yeah, that's kind of a rough one.
Celery, that's good. Let's give this one a taste. Honestly, yeah, this one's not too bad.
Really? No shit. Okay.
It's a little bit boring, a little bit heavy on the taro, which needs quite a bit more sauce or acid to balance it out. I would have maybe preferred a different cheese, maybe a tangy mustard and less spice, but all in all, I've definitely had much worse sandwiches. It's a bummer with that curse I couldn't toast it. I think it would have been a little bit better with toasted bread. Honestly, taking this entire sandwich and pan frying it would add a couple points.
True.
But as it is, like I said, not a bad lunch. And sometimes on this show full of chaos, that's the best we can hope for. I think...
Okay, so, Sober, you're saying 5.4. Sophia, what do you think? Spoiled, it's good to see ya. How you doing, and what do you think? Sophia's going with 5.1. Okay. Spoiled's going with 7.2. I mean, he did like this one. He was surprised. You are right. He's usually more generous than Joe, so might be a 6. I think I might go 6.5. I think I'll go 6.5. Like so. Let's find out.
I think I'm going to go ahead and give this one a 5.8 today.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, we all might be a wee bit off, for sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. His is tough, though. Because, like, he doesn't give us any criteria that need to be filled. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like, here's arbitrary number.
And I'm going to call it the Counter Steve. Heads up, next month on the 22nd of June, I will be hosting...
I think his scale might have changed since all those awful Sammys. He's, guaranteed.
A meet and greet live in Killarney, Ireland at the
Ooh.
Guildhall Game Shop from 7 to 11 p.m. If you're in the area, I'd love to see you there. Thank you so much for joining me on this season of Roll for Sandwich. I'll be taking a couple weeks off to do some traveling, and I'll see you right here for Season 9. Have a good one.
Okay, good on him. I've seen this guy eat something I wouldn't shove up the king's ass and give it a 9. I can't get a handle. That's the tough one with him. He's like, there are some things that look like absolute garbage, and he's just, here's a 7. Yeah. I love that he's famous for this. I'd love to be famous for Sammy's, right? Now, we do have a choice to make here. We are still in just chatting. Do we want Steve now, or do we want Steve later? Since we're all here, I figured I'd give you guys the option. Not just Sammy's, but random ass Sammy's. True. No. Oh, that's right. You don't know who Steve is. Steve now, since later is always a question. That is true. Okay, Sober doesn't know Steve. We must indoctrinate him. Okay. Now, we've got busy intersection stealth camping, cleaning supply camping, business park roundabout camping, remote car camping, floating tiny RV lake camping, construction material, DIY tent camping, disguised truck stealth camping, 200 miles off-road with Oliver Anthony, heat wave yurt glamping, parking garage stealth camping, DIY bike trailer camping, is Bear Grylls, but the opposite end of the spectrum. True. Wait, didn't this guy do a goodbye recently? No. He didn't do a goodbye. He, at least I don't think so, because 8 days ago he did the pallet truck. No, so Steve's had a rough life. He had a neighbor that was a really, really great friend, best friend he ever had. And he also had a wife. His wife passed away. She was sick. And then his neighbor, Glenn, who picked the name Crazy Neighbor, had some health issues and then passed away within 6 months. So he's had it rough. For lake camping. Which one was... Oh, the floating tiny RV. That one? Oh, that's right. Abandoned house. Shit. Actually, I'll tell you what. So we can do this, and then there's another one, and it's almost caught, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Steve Wallace almost caught. Almost busted stealth camping. There we go. Ta-da. Okay. Sober, are you ready for Steve?
Hey guys, welcome to...
Steve is going to blow your mind. Okay.
Camping with Steve. Tonight, I'm going to be floating buoyantly on the lake on this platform made out of barrels with my little camper. Should prove to be a good night. Let's get this off before some serious boater needs this boat launch.
This has Top Gear written all over it, by the way. Not sure anyone is really ready for Steve. That's fair.
I have learned the lesson before launching something without it tied up. Then it's at the perfect height. I can wheel a little camper right onto it. Kinda.
If it was Top Gear, he'd have a blimp above the raft shaped like a butt. Oh, no, no, no. I can already see where this is going. Just watch. This is very reminiscent of the guys decide to turn cars into boats.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Getting stung here. All right. Oh yeah, now we're talking. This is obviously extremely sketchy, but gonna have to screw this down to the platform.
Oh dear God.
Tragedy.
Oh no. Should be an episode of Animaniacs. Good idea, bad idea. True.
Well. Happy sail. Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
It's time for another good idea, bad idea. Good idea. Taking your IV for a boating and camping weekend. Bad idea. Taking your RV for a boating and camping weekend. If he catches one wake, he's at the bottom of the lake trapped in a camper. True.
Okay, gotta get away from these wasps. First things first. All right. Happily floating with this thing and a life raft. Because let's be honest, this is sketchy. And a little breeze is blowing us all over the place because this thing is a sail. So I'm gonna get out of here and let's make some progress across this lake. Haha! Leaving those wasps behind.
Oh God, Steve, that looks so
Okay,
unsafe.
We're making some decent speed. Of course, as always, I forgot something. I forgot a lot of things in the frantic rush to get this thing on the lake.
Tell me you did
There's
not.
some things I need.
What did you
there's a
forget?
town just around the corner there. I got to go under that bridge, and there's a dock there. I can pull right into town, grab a few more of the supplies I need, and I'll get more comfortable. I'll get my sea legs, and we'll keep on exploring. I'll break up that fishing rod in a bit. It's going to be a good evening. According to GPS, this thing is going a whopping 2 miles an hour. And we should be there in an hour, I guess.
It's not unsafe. That's such a strong word. Let's call it differently safe. He forgot the pot to piss in and the window to throw it out of. True.
It ain't much, but it's home. This part of the lake is the bay, and that's where I'm going to be camping tonight because it's sheltered from all the waves if the weather does pick up. But to get to this little town, I am going under the bridge into the main lake.
Oh, Jesus. Steve,
That's where
no.
things can get dicey if the weather changes. I've got my emergency raft, and I've got my life jacket, and all that good stuff that we'll go over in a moment. Just have to
What's
navigate
your
this channel
question,
here on the
Corgi?
bridge. This boat is gonna feel wakes.
Uh-oh.
I've stopped my progress for now. This water is getting really shallow in some spots.
Yeah.
And if I get stuck out here, I'm not going to be happy. I can see where I need to go, right over there.
Okay.
However, I'm going to have to go out into the lake a little bit and turn around to get there, because it's just getting real shallow.
Well, yeah. What the
So
actual
I can just
fuck?
pull in right there beside all those sailboats.
It's a good question.
Get what I need to. All docked here, and
Steve, that is not
I doubt it
docked.
looks like it'll hold.
It's
I'm gonna run
no.
into town and get the things I forgot when I was hiding from the wasps.
Steve, that's not docked. You crashed it.
I'm in desperate need of water and some snacks. Should be good. Water and snacks. Made it before all the stores closed. Got my stuff, more than I could carry actually. Good thing I didn't get any more. Okay, almost dropped that. Okay. As long as I didn't forget anything else, I'm gonna be set for the night. And if I did, too bad for me. So, oh, this is tippy. All right, I'm off.
Oh no. Okay, I'll give Steve this. At least he knows how to tie onto a cleat. Who's filming that? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, Sophia. YouTubers do this all the time. Steve is no different. Steve sets up the camera so that he's got the ladder in the shot and then goes, okay, I'm going to go down. And then he goes down and he does his thing. And then once he goes down, he goes back up the ladder to go then retrieve the camera after pausing it. Yes, but it does make for a more cinematic shot. At least he had the marbles to bring a lifeboat and a jacket. True. And a little editing too, yes. Good job, Steve. You're just dragging seaweed, buddy.
It's nice to have the shade on the way back. It's not that hot today, but out on a lake in the sun, no shade, really.
Oh, I can see those being really bad, Mac Lad.
Under that bridge to where I'm camping for the night. Drop anchor, get this organized, and do a little
Steve, you don't know. Don't go camping under the bridge in a boat. That's how people get in and out. They're not going to see you at night.
I thought that was going to be a lot more shallow than it was. I was a little concerned, but it worked out just fine. I know there used to be a buoy out on this lake that you could tie up to. I don't see it out there, but I'll give it a good look.
No, Steve. I know you're Canadian, but it is buoy, not boy.
I don't see that buoy anywhere to tie off to.
God damn it, Steve.
Used to be a boat would come here and kind of park all summer, like a really nice liveaboard one. And maybe they took it down, or perhaps the locals didn't want to see somebody camped there all summer in front of their cabins and chopped the line. Okay, I'm here in the middle of the bay. It's quite shallow, obviously, and that might not be good for fishing. I'm gonna try to head further over there. There's cabins all
The divers
the way
are
around
pulling
here.
his body out.
Make sure I don't slip
Spoiled.
off here. So I'm not gonna have much privacy tonight. But that's okay, because I brought an emergency.
They can even
bathroom.
get to them, yeah.
Just a bucket, but it's a lot better than putting on a show for all the cabins here. So I've got to deal with all this stuff.
Oh,
Get that
God.
organized and get dinner started.
Oh,
it's
no.
Not catch and cook, because I don't know if I'll catch anything, but it is a slow cooker type of meal day. And I'll get that going first thing. Actually, this life raft might be good for putting stuff out of the way, so I don't have much floor space here. Look at this. That's about it. Yeah, there's a bunch of wasted space on the other side, but I wanted the weight as balanced as possible. Like this is tippier than anything.
Well,
I know it's not gonna sink.
Yeah, but I mean, next time just build a bigger platform and you should be okay.
I have the prop for this way lower than.
It's a great example of how to die by drowning.
This inflatable boat is not gonna get chopped up by my motor.
I built a wooden bottom to put inside my inflatable. He should have done that. I mean, this is Steve, though. Like, the whole thing with Steve is he is so pure at heart when it comes to camping that you just have to... You got to appreciate just how pure he is. You know, like, this is like 2 kids, and they're like, hey, you know what'd be really cool? Like, if we, in the winter, when the snow comes down, we build, like, we dig tunnels to each other's houses, right? We can make, like, a whole base underneath the snow, and, like, completely forgetting that the snow is probably gonna fucking melt in a day, right? But this is what happens when pure at heart is old enough to do those things. Spoil, why are you yelling at me? Hey, watch this, True.
I've got things a little organized, but step
I'm
2...
still stuck on the aerial shot of the boathouse going under the bridge. Oh, it's because Mac oh, fair, okay. Yeah, the aerial shot's easy. That's get somebody with a drone.
So today, it's alcohol-free because of a number of reasons. One, obviously, this is the most dangerous thing I've done lately. And 2, it is plain illegal to be out in a vessel like this, in this province, drinking actual alcohol. So this is a delicious... Well, I'm real thirsty, so I can get it down. This little grappling hook anchor.
I love how he went, oh, this is delicious, and then he drinks half of it, and he's like, well, I'm really thirsty, so I can get this down. It's fine.
Make sure my foot's not tied around it. That's not very deep at all. Striving for simplicity, I'm using this slow cooker. One of those recipes where you basically dump everything in.
Yeah, he's in Alberta.
So I'll get this a little more organized in a sec, but it's a slow cooker. It takes some time. This recipe calls for chicken broth. Chicken. Diced up already. Butter, cream cheese. Diced up garlic.
Oh, it is. He's 5'11". He could probably stand in that water, and he'd be lucky if it went past his crotch. Yeah, like, it's not all that deep, honestly.
Salt, pepper. Some cream. Calls for 1 cup. Then we'll add the rest of the stuff later. This will cook for now.
Oh, it absolutely is, yeah.
Something big. This is way too shallow.
That's a big
Fortunately,
train.
I like trains, so I'm gonna sleep good tonight. Now, for those that have not seen, this is my bicycle camper. I can haul this with the bicycle. It's good and light. I've done one video with this before. Got a little ventilation here. I'm going to open that up right now because it's a little stuffy. But I got a screen over there. This mattress is going to fold out later on. But for now, it gives me a spot to sit in here. When I designed this thing, I wanted it to look like a miniature fifth wheel camper. So there's this little overhang part. And it works great for storing extra stuff, getting stuff out of the way. It's a pretty good setup, and yeah,
I just can't get into fishing. I went once and was bored out of my mind, and I bore very slowly. This looks cozy, though. Yeah, fishing is kind of one of those things where you really, really need to have either the fortitude to get up at stupid early in the morning, to grab all the stuff that you packed previously and prepped previously the night before, to drive to the middle of nowhere before sunrise so that you can get to where you need to be, set everything up, bait your hook, and then throw it in and pray the fish are still eating and it's before sunrise. Or if you just want to go fishing and not actually catch anything, but you just want to go fishing and relax, you kind of need the perfect day.
Cool off at night. This will give me a little insulation, but of course out here I have my phone charging, everything cooking for dinner, and it's just a fun little night on the lake.
I enjoyed a lot of video games because the catch is guaranteed. That's fair.
This rickety little barge is held.
There's two types of fishing IRL. There's let's go catch some fish, and then there's let's go fishing. Let's go catch some fish is you're getting up stupid early way before the sun comes up. You have a thermos full of coffee or a thermos full of tea, something really hot that's going to keep you warm because it's going to be cold as shit right by the lake or wherever. But you have to be up that early because the fish will stop biting as soon as the sun hits the top of the water. And then there's fishing, which is let's just go out, enjoy nature, put a pole, take a rod, throw a hook in the water. If we catch something cool, if we don't, that's okay because we've got 7 cases of beer. That's what fishing is. So did he strap the wheels to the pontoon? Why is the camper not rolling off onto the water? Oh, it's because on the end where like the fifth wheel design would come in, he screwed the camper into wood planks that are helping to keep it level, and he screwed those into the actual pontoon.
Up with 4 55-gallon plastic drums, and I got those from a buddy. Thank you, Captain John. They're available usually at places that service boats. When they winterize boats, they use propylene glycol to replace water and flush everything out. So they have tons of these, often for sale, but sometimes for free. There's a boat over there that hasn't moved in quite a while, and I think that's the one that's tied off to that buoy, or buoy. I've been corrected both ways I've said it on here, so argue in the comments amongst yourselves. But I'm going to take a loop past there and probably park a little bit closer to shore.
Oh, good. We found the tied up buoy in the lake.
Oh, yeah. They got a pretty decent setup there. They got another boat. They can get out to it. Free parking, can't beat that. Now I'm gonna find my free parking spot, and I think it's gonna be over in here. Close to the washrooms, because there are some at the beach there if I need them. And close enough that I could swim there. I know how to swim, but this is a little more than I think I could do.
Oh,
As soon as that sun dipped
Steve.
behind the horizon, it cooled off, so I need my jacket. I wish I had a bigger boat.
Buoy is correct as it comes from the French, but buoy is so ingrained by now, it sounds odd when a Canadian or American says it. Well, fair, but it sounds odd also because if you take two children and one of them's a girl and you look at them and you have somebody that calls it a boy, you go, okay, what is this? Is this a girl or is this something that helps make things float in the water? Yeah, you see where I'm going with it. Yeah, chuck the boy overboard.
It's definitely cooled off. My food is cooking slow, obviously. Should be ready in an hour or two. But
Am I high? No.
Dark pretty soon.
Nope.
There's a little campground up ahead, and the lake goes right to it. So I'm gonna try to get there and take a peek. The lake is really low this year, so I'm navigating a lot of weeds here. And I don't think I'm going to be able to get right up to that campground, but this seems like a spot that I could stop for the night because I could easily just walk to shore if I had a problem. And it's fairly close to those other washrooms as well, so I think that's the plan.
This is a licensed watercraft? No. No, I don't think this is licensed. Steve belongs in Florida, but he'd be dead already. True. Well, we did find out, spoiled, that Steve now has a new girlfriend, and his girlfriend is from Georgia. So he's been going back and forth between Canada and the U.S. so that he can terrorize everyone with his stealth camping.
No way. I actually made it to the shore. It's way too sketchy of a jump for me. Just gonna go out there a bit and drop anchor. We're hitting weeds today. Oh my.
Steve.
That's not good. I'll just clear my props off and we'll just drop anchor here. This looks fine to me.
It's because you can't go anywhere, Steve.
Looks like the last person got their boat off the lake, other than our friend over there. He went back to his boat, and he'll be camping in there. He's got a little flashing anchor light. Now I should too, but I'll put up a little light of some kind here. I'll gotta rig something up, because that's
excuse me,
a technically correct thing to do.
Well, yeah, you want to make sure people know you have an anchor down.
I'm allowed to do this. In Canada, you can just go onto any lake or river and actually camp there. I could stay here all summer if I really wanted. The only tricky thing is if you want an actual beverage, you need to have a kitchen and bathroom facilities and permanent bed. No porta potties, they don't count. No camp stoves, that doesn't count either. It has to be an actual, like, live-aboard, permanent type of thing. And you need your holding tanks for your sewage and gray water, all that. And no dumping it in a lake. That's not allowed. And I agree with that 100%. Somebody on the shore, I think, must watch YouTube, because I just put up a post a while ago on Instagram and Facebook. And I heard Steve Wallace. So I'm gonna actually putt over to the dock to say hi, because why not? I'm just sitting here on a lake and this dinner is cooking slowly. Slow.
Steve, you have a slow cooker hooked up to a car battery. Ah.
Not bad.
Okay.
This is perfect. I can use the actual washroom.
It's just
here.
salmonella waiting to happen.
Here.
Yep.
Gonna add pasta.
Oh, okay.
Some Parmesan.
Oh, all right. We're making cheese soup again.
And I'll put in some mushrooms too, because it's almost a vegetable. nobody has returned. It's been probably an hour sitting at the dock here, but that's okay. Got the rest of the cooking done. I used the actual washroom instead of the emergency bucket. And I'm going to do a little night sailing just a little further out.
No, you want to know what the best part is? You're talking about the fart smells. I'm not worried about the fart smells. What I am worried about is that when he farts, it's going to sound like World War II depth charges going off under the water, and it's going to scare all the fish away.
Because I'm not going to sleep here. The whole point isn't to tie up to a dock and sleep in this thing. It's to do it in the lake. And there's going to be a lot of wasps in the morning here that I don't want to be woken up by. Because there is a big hole under there. They can fly right on in. So let's go. Got this ultra bright sailing light.
Ow.
And let's go.
Thanks for the flashbang, Steve.
This looks like a good spot to anchor.
No,
the bugs here are getting a
wasps.
little bit crazy, so it's probably time
Multiple.
to crawl inside until dinner's done cooking. And yeah, we'll hang out in there for a bit. Definitely cozy in here, and you know I like coziness. And to keep things legal, I picked up one of these little kits. It's got everything you need for your boat essentials. And they do check for these along with life jackets. So this bucket it comes in is designed for bailing. It's required even on something like this where there's no hull. It's just barrels. There's no way I can bail that. LED flashlight, whistle, floating rope, and actually the back of this thing has one of these little emergency signal reflector things. So if you're stranded, you can try to wave down an airplane by shining the light in their face. But yeah, got it. I don't think I'll need it. Things like this are good to have. Yeah. Dinner has cooled down, and it looks like this.
Oh, dear God. Steve.
It should suffice. I did a half recipe, but it's still a lot, obviously. Now that's good. I'm sometimes leery of these recipes that want cream cheese involved. And I know why. It's so that you don't have to make a roux or do a cornstarch slurry to thicken anything up. It imparts, of course, the taste of a little bit of cream cheese taste, but I don't mind that. It's really delicious. I would make this again for sure. But I'll chow down. Got to get an anchor light up outside. I'll just use one of these little flashlights here.
Why didn't you do that before?
Way people can see, there's nobody on the lake at night, but it's just extra precaution. And then we can anchor down for the night. Ta-da! Anchor light. People should be able to see that.
That's...
Okay, just about plopping the bed out.
That's not how an anchor light works, Steve, but sure.
And I have to say...
Which is why you don't put cream cheese in pimento cheese. You don't want the sweetness of cream... You don't get the sweetness of cream cheese in pimento cheese, though. Because you have to freshly grate the cheddar. You have to get a block of cheddar and freshly grate it. And then you get amazing flavor out of it. The cream cheese just makes it creamy. That's it. You don't get... You do not get the flavor of cream cheese and pimento cheese when you put it in there. You don't.
That upstairs compartment, just wonderful. I've got all the cooking stuff, leftovers, cooler, my other jacket, got the laptop up there, a whole bunch of stuff up there. So that's really great. We got these little bugs in here.
You don't put a bike camper on top of plywood strapped to 55-gallon drums either, but here we are. That's a fair point.
Yeah, see, they don't look too vicious, but whatever. We'll be out of here in 8 hours or so. Right out the window. Yeah, we got a nice little view of the dock out there and the boat launch. So this is all right. I'm not gonna latch the door
this
tonight.
shit works.
Because I want to be able to get out of here pretty quick if I need to. And if that's latched, that's another thing. Like, I'm going to be out that door so fast and probably not going to get that great of a sleep. I never quite do on the first day trying out a new watercraft homemade invention. So, going to roll this sleeping bag out. And it's been quite a day. Now, this is not so bad, is it? Got everything set up right there. There is kind of a spot for my shoes up against the door here. Kind of. I'll just move them onto the other side.
That's probably a good idea, Steve.
There we go.
God forbid you have a bad dream and kick. Those shoes are going in the water.
Door, readily accessible.
Oh, the hammock was kind of a cool thing, yeah.
That's it for me, guys. I'll see you in the morning.
$81 true.
Well, good morning. Beautiful day. Sun is shining. There's mist floating on the lake. And it was not too hot or too cold last night. The boat did not rock. Everything was fine and dandy. It is Friday and the weekend's beginning, so I'm going to try to get off this lake before everybody shows up with their boats and tries to launch. Because this is a cumbersome thing to get in and out of the water. It's not lightning, icy smooth like all these people dropping off their boats and stuff. Even with a normal boat, it takes me a while. But there can be some of these boat launch bullies that like to throw their arms up in the air and shake their head when somebody is not launching a boat fast enough or learning how to do it or whatever. If you're that person, please have a little patience. It's the lake on the weekend, nobody's in a real rush. This is a convoluted contraption to take apart involving power tools and multiple people to lift various pieces. But yeah, wow, look at the dew up here. It did get a little wet last night.
Yep, that's how water works, Steve.
Oh, that stinks. That is awful. Ugh.
Yep.
Beautiful morning on the high seas, but I can tell it's going to be a hot one today. It's that time of year. Cools off at night to probably 50 degrees Fahrenheit or less. So we're looking at like under 10 Celsius. Then in the daytime,
you're not wrong.
Into the 80s or into the high 20s. So it's fun. Air conditioning and heat all operational in one day.
Hang on one second.
Conditioning and heat all operational in one day.
There we go. See?
Either the trolling motor or the battery died seconds after I got here.
That's not docking, Steve. That's just crashing. Oh yeah, he's insanely lucky he got there.
I got my help with me here to get all this stuff out of here. And I'm just going to drag this right out of the lake with the rope tied onto the truck. Because it's held on with ratchet straps. And it seems like they're really fragile, but I've used this setup before with ratchet straps on the bigger boat. And we got stuck in the river, scraping along gravel. They hold up surprisingly well. So that was certainly fun. It is possible to do some houseboating on a budget. Fun trip, and hopefully what I've learned is I could do this. It was a little small, and this had to be kind of centered a little bit so that it wouldn't be off to one side for balance. But something like this was intrinsically built on one of those little rafts with a small porch in the back that you could fish from. That'd be perfect.
Yes, Steve, that would be called a houseboat.
So much of this stuff was inches away from falling off the deck with no rails that it was kind of cumbersome. But that aside, it was a great sleep and it was fun. Please subscribe if you like this type of stuff, and see you guys on the next one.
I love that he has like homies that help him do this dumb shit. True. Well, we found out here, like the video, please. We found out that his late wife was the one that inspired him to do it. He was working on a documentary about boondocking, and his wife is like, okay, but you still need to make money, so why don't you just do videos of you camping and stuff like that? And he said, you know what, that's actually kind of a good idea. And then he did a couple of stealth camping ones that went viral, and that's how it all took off for him. And he even said, like MacLad said, they had a big plan together. Long story short, they were moving into their house at the acreage, and they were spending their last night in the apartment before they finished moving everything in, and that's when she passed. So yeah, he's carrying on what she wanted and supported him doing. And same thing with Crazy Neighbor. Crazy Neighbor told him, keep going, keep the show going and everything like that. The people love you, and if you want to do something to remember me by what you do. So he's kind of had a rough one. He has. Next up,
hey everybody,
Steve camping in an abandoned home.
Welcome to Camping with Steve. Parked on the side of the road in a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, it is cool.
Area. There's a whole subdivision going in right in behind us there. And down there's an abandoned house. You know what that means.
Was his wife and Crazy Neighbor within like 2 years? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't long.
Thanks for suggesting this place. I never would have been able to find this without that tip, so thank you very much. Ooh. That stuff, invasive. We've got it at the acreage. Scentless chamomile, it's known as. And it's not daisies. It spreads everywhere.
That's me coming in at Steve. Rainbow, how you doing? Probably crash out and be stealth camping against my will. Oh, good. We're camping at the Blair Witch House today.
Nice to have the backpack off. So I'll explain a little bit of the legal stuff about this. This is city parkland. It used to be somebody's place, but as the city gets bigger, they buy these tracts of farmland, maybe what was a recreational cabin here, and the city usually rips these things down so that nobody wrecks them or hurts themselves. And there is a lot here to hurt myself with. There's a bunch of junk here, so got to be really careful. I see there's a nice little bench there, but I'm gonna hang up my glasses so I don't forget them in the morning. Let's check this place out.
This is in the US, it'd be full of meth paraphernalia. True.
Seems to lost all of its shingles, pretty much.
He's gonna find the head of Jason's mother. Also true.
Huh.
It's a bird.
Scared a little duck there.
Yep.
The duck scared me too.
Damn it, Steve, stop scaring ducks. The graffiti does give it some attitude, for sure. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. I don't crawl underneath of old buildings that are held up by bricks.
Good call. Good call, Steve.
Oh, yeah. So the only way up there is to climb on top of this thing. What's in here? More basements, I think. Yeah. It's nailed shut. Ooh. Won't be doing that. Gotta find a way up here. It's, you know, it's about eye level and I can't lift myself up that high. Some nails all over the place. This is very dangerous. Don't do this. Beautiful view, but these are the places that can have, you know, open wells and stuff. So don't do what Steve does. All right.
Don't do this at home. He's a professional. We were talking about this last night, Sophia. I think it's really, really funny sometimes when you have content creators like Steve and others who do this kind of thing and they're like, don't do this at home. As if like they're some professional, but in reality they're just idiots that do dumb shit. Like, yes, no, it's important to tell people absolutely to not do this at home, but you don't really have any right to do this either. This is just you filming yourself being an idiot.
Okay, parts of the floor concern me. The only one real bad spot there looks like it was kind of carved out on purpose. Little fireplace is still holding in here.
Is the fireplace still holding? I don't know if I'd call that holding.
Not much to this. There's a little breaker there, so they had power. It's like a little bathroom over there too.
Maybe it was a cut, right? Maybe what he said is the fireplace is still holding on to life, but that part got cut off.
This might have been the site of a very bizarre proposal. Huh. Yeah, there was a bathroom here, probably in there, at least a toilet anyway. Wow. Now, if I can find a broom, we might be in business. Thankfully, there's no rats in Alberta, because that's the first thing that you'd suspect looking at a place like this. But I don't even see any mouse droppings or anything, so I think inside's probably okay. I just don't want to haul up the big backpack and everything up here. I can see how some people would find this creepy, but abandoned buildings don't bother me much. I'm more worried about security guards, police, park rangers, bears, ghosts and stuff. Really, I'm not that concerned about. So it is strange to think about, though. You know, people having vacations here or something, or maybe even living here. Beautiful view, great location, close to the city. But it's always cool finding these things. Let's go walk around a little bit. I'm just gonna pull these out. Stressing me out a little bit. I saw this little chair thing and I thought, oh good, but if I break the dollar store chairs, I'm gonna destroy that one. People do come out here. And sure, very strange things to find around here.
No, it isn't.
I don't have garbage.
It's probably
bags with me.
hikers.
I normally like to clean up garbage, but I know that road there goes right up top. And there's going to be a crew down here ripping this out with dumpsters. They're going to clean it all up. So this is probably not going to be here next year. It's more of the city over there across this lake. That part is a provincial park. This part is city parkland. And see if I can get a nice view of the urban sprawl. Okay, somebody's totally coming down the trail. Wonder when they're gonna tear this thing down.
Yeah, that's fair, sober.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just been trying to, I try to film and, you know, take photos of this type of stuff.
Yeah.
And go camping in these places too.
I had a beautiful mountain ash in my garden. My landlord just hacked it down so he could reach the fence to paint it. Jesus.
I left my backpack there, but I'm just gonna act like I'm taking some pictures. He's not gonna take my backpack, I don't think. More debris out here. Oh. That looks like an old dock. Yeah. With the obvious possibility of joggers coming running down like just happened, and people coming to tag the building, I am expecting a few more people to come by tonight. So I'm just kind of laying low. Backpack is right there. And it'll all stay in the backpack until later. Do they care? No, probably not. Would it be embarrassing if I'm sitting here with a little bed set up and a sleeping bag out? Oh yeah. And we don't need people that live in the area to start getting worried that somebody's moving into the shack down the hill from their nice house. So that's the plan. And it's a beautiful night. It's wonderful weather today. I don't mind just hanging out with you guys and enjoying the nature. Sir, I got a better view than you do. I got this. Oh yeah.
Had a tree in the yard once, and the city came and literally mowed the front half. This fuck of the canopy off because it was close to the power lines. Oh, that sucks.
Autumn really kicked in pretty quickly around here. When I left the East Coast, all the leaves were still green. Then I kind of, as I drove across Canada, we got here, and then there's like nothing left. But beautiful. I love the smell of the fall, the leaves. It's going to be a crisp morning, I think. But I got to throw the backpack around this corner here, in case somebody else comes jogging down the road. In behind the house, it looks like they built a little staircase.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, Spoiled. Is it the one that's that comes out and it goes sideways and it's on like this big crane attached to a truck? Yep.
The power and telephone came in here and went right down the hill to the shack. Can't even see it from here, actually. I would not want to climb those stairs if there was a little water on these leaves, I'll tell you that. Alright. My thirst for exploring has been quenched. Now I'll have to quench a different thirst. Thank goodness for this cinder block.
Actually, you know what? You know what the worst part is about that, Spoiled? And because I unlocked a memory now that we're talking about that. The worst part is that the landlord, going to assassinate my neighbor's vine though, oh no. The worst part is that the landlord could have taken maybe a couple of hours or paid somebody a couple of hours worth their time to come out, trim that tree the proper way, and then just put tar on the end of the branches so that those don't grow again, but it'll still grow out in other ways so it could fill everything up. But instead, they're just like, no, fuck it, let the city do it. And then they come by with that giant-ass brush mower that just literally tears everything apart.
I've been looking around all day for one of those folding dollar store tripod chairs, the one I broke at McDonald's drive-thru. And I can't find them. I think they might be a seasonal thing, so I gotta check a few more stores. But meantime, switching it up a little bit today, Canadian Club with ginger ale.
Because I remember I had to do that. I had to help my dad do that because we had 3 trees in our front yard. And what we would do is, roughly once a year, we'd go out, we'd clip some of the longer branches and stuff like that. And then we'd have to climb the tree or we'd have to, get out the 30-foot ladder, whatever we needed to do. And then we would tar off the end of the branches so that they wouldn't grow there anymore, but the tree would still grow out and it would still fill out. But yeah, I mean, if it's renting, there's no point because if the landlord's just going to fuck it up like that, then why would you care?
Pre-mixed and ready to go. Yeah, a nice autumn sipping cocktail. Oh, that warms the soul. It's really starting to cool down here. It was unseasonably warm today for this area.
My neighbor has this vine that climbs her power line, which crosses my yard and shades everything. I'm going to kill the shit out of that thing. Hell yes.
This time of year, 21 Celsius.
Gotta do it here too, but I ain't trying to climb trees and cut branches anymore. That's fair.
In Fahrenheit, it's about 70. Tonight it cools off to 5 Celsius, so 41 Fahrenheit. And I've got more than just this to wear, but I didn't want to wear it on the way down. It was very warm. Just with what I have on, I was sweating like a prison snitch on the way down here. So I've got some thermal long john underwear and long sleeve shirt thing I can put on. And if I get out of the wind and crawl into this thing, I'm still debating on if I want to sleep inside that building tonight. But I think I'll be warm. I'll be cozy enough.
A prison snitch, yeah, I heard that too. Ooh, that wind. That wind is the kind of wind I really do not miss from New England. It happens every day without fail when it gets to this time of day, and all of a sudden it's like this massive wall of just cold wind comes through.
I gotta check my radar. It looks like there's a bit of a storm rolling in. Adds some excitement here.
Get it air tube, not quite as bad. Yeah. I feel like this is... I feel like what he's experiencing now is something that you would typically get in the temperate areas. You know what I mean? I kind of feel like that's the kind of weather he's getting. It's the stuff that, whether it be New England or hell, even New York, Ohio, you know. And Spoiled coming in for 52 months. My God. Thank you so much, Spoiled. Thank you. Sweet Jeebus. 52 months. My God.
Okay. All right. This is much better. Yeah. I think that settles it. I'm gonna sleep in here tonight. Oh, better get a light on. I'm gonna trip on something for sure.
See, this is how it started in Blair Witch. I'm just saying. It got dark. The wall of wind came in. It started to get a little cold. They hunkered down. Shit went really bad. By the end of the movie, there's a dude standing in the basement of this house staring at the corner.
I'm gonna set this cot up so I have somewhere to sit that's not the floor. I'm gonna pick a spot where there's a roof. And up there,
Good call,
there's
Steve.
a few parts that are missing, so kind of in here looks like the least to try and clean up. I really want to be close to the exit and or the windows, because a risk I just realized that I hadn't been thinking about is if some troublemakers or vandals come down and throw some Molotov cocktails at this place. Like,
What?
I'll be on guard tonight. Any sound, I'll be ready to jump out the window, so to speak.
Steve. I mean, listen, I understand the thought process, but it is really crazy to say, here's this abandoned house. It's been here forever. Nobody's touched it. But just in case there are some vandals that come around and throw Molotov cocktails at the building, as if they're going to be riding up in a fucking technical that they grabbed from Mogadishu. Like, I mean, I could see the chimney blows over and falls in. I could see maybe the roof collapsing. I could see the floor collapsing. Bear decides to try and make its way in. Molotov cocktails? Somebody come back for me so I don't have to. Can't help you there.
Better than the floor. Definitely one of the upsides of the stormy weather is that nobody's going to be walking their dogs or hiking or jogging right now. It's dark, stormy, imposing, and formidable. Somebody is coming down here.
Uh-oh. Somebody's coming down.
Good thing they didn't crawl in here. I would have really scared them.
Okay, we got owl sounds. Although it would be really funny if those two had actually gotten, like, they decided to make it into the house. And they turn on their flashlight and he's just like, "Hi, and welcome to Camping with Steve."
This place was built with real 2x4s. Actually, dimensionally 2 inches by 4 inches. They don't make it like that anymore. Just, it's like they were using wax paper for vapor barrier. At least it's free of asbestos, I hope.
Hopefully.
Time to cook some grilled cheese.
Oh
Not
no.
Fucking processed cheddar. I mean like aged cheddar, smoked Gouda,
Oh god.
and Swiss. fire is crackling away in the background and not right in our ears. So, little pan and 3 types of cheese. Can't believe the bread survived the trip out here. Stuffed in the backpack, but sourdough loaf worked out really good.
Oh, that's why. Sourdough gets exposed to air unless you're actively cooking it like this, and it becomes basically body armor.
Grilled cheese in an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, damn. That's a nice cheese string, too. Holy shit. All right, Steve. All right. He can make a grilled cheese. I dig it.
Oh, yeah. It was a great night. Built a fire. Good morning. I'm pretty sure I heard somebody outside, so I'm gonna pack up.
I would say that a grilled cheese is hard to fuck up, but it's really not. Oh, I mean, look at Gordon Ramsay's grilled cheese. That thing looks awful.
Nails around here that I can see in daylight. I'm very surprised that I didn't hurt myself. I suggest you look for a cleaner abandoned building than this one, but there are always risks with camping somewhere you probably shouldn't be. It was a fine night. Thank you, abandoned house. Let's get out of here. Huh. I see something.
Oh God, what do you see, Steve?
Well, under this little guy, there's like a piece of pipe, like corrugated culvert stuff. And I bet you this is covering up old wells. It's my guess.
Okay.
Success. I think that was the last warm day of the year. It's supposed to cool off right away. Possibly even snow. I know.
Ew.
But, got to decide where I'm going from here. I want to do a couple of videos in the cold weather, but I don't want to stay here all winter. I want to go somewhere warmer.
Oh yeah,
I
he does.
do.
Absolutely.
But, anyway, I'll figure that out. Thanks, guys, for watching. Please consider subscribing if you like this nonsense. And try to keep them coming as regularly as possible.
You know what? You know what actually, like, really... It broke my heart last night a little bit when we watched the first videos when he was talking about Crazy Neighbor and he was talking about Beautiful Wife. What really broke my heart, and I know True felt it too, was when he was talking about Jess, his wife, right? Where he said that if there was any way to honor her memory, it would be to donate to homeless shelters, donate your time, you know, stuff like that. And if you can, help people out when and where you can, and this, that, and the other thing. And the poor guy is holding back tears. And you can see he's literally on the verge of just losing it completely. And he's literally talking about, you know, how she used to go out whenever she could, and she'd buy, you know, like big Ziploc bags, and she'd buy bottles of water, and she'd buy socks, and she'd buy like deodorant and stuff like that. And then she'd divvy all the stuff up. And then if she was driving around or whatever and saw somebody that was homeless or looked homeless or destitute on the street, she and Steve both would stop and, you know, make sure that they were handed a bag, and it might have, you know, like a couple of bucks in it, might have, you know, maybe some candy or some, you know, like shelf stable foods, and at least at least 1 or 2 bottles of water, plus socks, plus deodorant, and everything else. And yeah, he was talking more about doing that to help honor his wife than literally anything else. He never asked to donate to a charity or any, like, literally it was just, if you guys like what I do and stuff like that, and you want to help honor her, this is the best way to do it. And I was like, oh my God, this guy really is like the nicest fucking guy in the world. Because that was heartbreaking. So there's the link to that one. We got one more. It's the Almost Busted Residential Stealth Camping.
Hey everybody, welcome to Camping with Steve. Just got dropped off here in this residential area, and we're going to do a little bit of a Christmas special if we can do that. So beautiful homes, a lot of really nice Christmas lights up. That just gets us in the festive mood. And behind these houses, there's a little bit of a forest or a patch of woods here. That should do just fine. It is a little bit cold today for sure. Not quite as bad as it was in the last video. This is only around minus 10 or 11 Celsius tonight. I'll put the conversion up there so it's manageable. I've got the backpack, and hopefully I got enough sleeping bags to stay warm tonight. And, oh yeah, look at this behind me here. It's just perfect. Just following in a little game trail here. There's been a little bit of activity, but not much. I'm wanting to avoid the main walking trail for obvious reasons. But despite how dark it looks, it's only like 5 p.m. and in these neighborhoods I don't want to go in too early because there's like still kids playing and stuff, and you know, the sun sets at 4:20. The days are finally getting longer, long last. And I want to be a little bit further away.
Literally be your neighborhood? Oh yeah.
To be.
It was actually really funny. So last night we watched a video of him, and he stealth camped right next to a volunteer firehouse. And what we were saying was, because obviously he doesn't tell people exactly where he's going to be when he goes and does it, but I mean, you know, he'll put a thing out there and maybe give a clue or something if it's safe enough. But all we could think of was, you know, years later, you have a bunch of volunteer firefighters, and they're sitting in the firehouse, and then one of them is like, oh man, you should totally check out this guy. His name's Steve. He does a stealth camping thing. It's actually really cool. And then they stumble across the video of him stealth camping right outside their firehouse. They're just like, God damn it.
Spot should do just fine. Far enough away from the houses, but still close enough to the road, which I'll have to get to later tonight for food-related reasons. But I have this winter camo netting stuff. It's the same stuff as the summer stuff I was using, except it's a little more appropriately colored. And I got questions about it, where to buy it, etc. I get this in Canada from Canadian Tire, and I've been looking on like Amazon for other links, but it's really good stuff. It's called this Vanish. It's got Mossy Oak branded on it, by Allen.com. So yeah.
Okay.
Of course, not sponsored or nothing, but it's a good product, and I don't mind saying what's a good product when I come across them. So, anyway.
Thank you, Steve.
First things first, give some stealth. Stealthier than this. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, I know that the title says Almost Busted, but everything about what he's doing right now just screams bad idea.
This seems pretty good.
This seems pretty good, and he walks through the thing.
Just some people on the trail there walking right past. Got this set up just in time. Kind of hides what's going on here, in my opinion. Looks pretty good. Just packing down the snow here so I can set my cot up. Got a little backpack and cot with me. And of course, the big downside with the winter stealth is it takes a lot of equipment to stay warm, and the backpack is just humongous usually, so there is no shelter, just out under the stars tonight, if I could see them, if it wasn't so cloudy. Okay, so at least I'm not directly on the snow, and that's half the battle. I got a little bit of light from my phone here going so that you can see me, and I'm not too worried about it right now, because when people have their lights full blast in the house and it's dark outside, they can't see much. What I'd really have to worry about is later at night, when they're laying in bed and see some flashlight in the woods behind their house, and that would be a bad thing. So gotta get my sleeping bags lofting up, because that is half the battle. If you just pull them out of that bag, you ain't gonna be warm. These things need time to rise to the occasion. This one is so thin, it doesn't even have a temperature rating on it.
Oh.
So that's what I'll use inside the other one. It's, yeah, no rating on it. And the other one here, I had good luck with that. This one was the inner liner on the last video. Oh, get a little more light on this up around here. And this one claims to be -7 Celsius or 20 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's in the ballpark of the temperatures I'm expecting for this evening. Obviously, with no shelter, I'm really hoping it doesn't snow tonight. The forecast said it shouldn't, and when have they been wrong, am I right? just heading out a little further to see how obvious this quote-unquote structure is from a little further away. A little obvious. So that is much, much better. I feel very confident stealthing in there tonight. Right on. This is one of the more peaceful spots I've found. There's basically no road noise. There's been a few people hiking on that trail back there, but I've seen a lot worse in other places. So I'm pretty happy with this.
Need your charger.
The sleeping bags should do the job for the night. And I have a plan to order some skip the dishes, because with the backpack, it's so hard to fit cooking gear, etc.
Wait, essentially he's going to have somebody DoorDash him food? Oh, God.
And along with all the other stuff to stay warm in these temperatures. So I want to do like a Christmas theme meal. Unfortunately, the only place that I could see that delivers is like Denny's. But it's still going to be turkey, so we can have a nice Christmas holiday theme meal. That should be just great. I think things are going to be all right.
Are we
First things
sure?
First, of course, before I order any Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or DoorDash or any of those things, to crack a step 2. Not overly festive, it's just a beer, but that's okay because I got some eggnog for later, so that's going to be a really nice treat.
Oh, God. My phone was at 1%. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Grab my flashlight. He walked by earlier. He came back with a flashlight.
Uh-oh.
Called the cops. Packing up.
Scramble, Steve. Scramble.
Blood pumping. Okay. I couldn't see him, but I'm getting him right.
Good call. Good call, Steve. Oh, he's totally in red alert mode.
Somebody was following them another 20 feet back, and they stopped. And then I shut up for a second, and then, yeah. 10 minutes later, they're back down the trail with a flashlight. And this is a residential area. People obviously have a right to be concerned that someone's out in the woods for no reason on a cold night behind their house. And ASAP. Big problem. Thank you. Got the ride coming. Oh man. In the cold. cold, I need the dexterity to untie these knots, so gloves are not an option.
Oh yeah, he's just like, fuck this, and he's just stuffing it.
Out of here. Either my ride's here or that's the police. And the straps broke on the backpack. I was worried about that. Because I had to do some surgery on that. Yeah, that's the ride. Good. Okay. That was interesting. Okay. Time to get out of here and see what I can do. Yeah. Great. Well, that was a pretty good sleep in the apartment last night. Things did not go, of course, to plan as I thought. That's about the closest call I've ever had. There's been a couple of times where I threw in the towel
Kitty!
kind of right at the beginning of a stealth because I was clearly busted before I'd even set up, so that didn't make it into a video. But that was what a failed stealth camping trip looks like. And I cannot chance it when somebody is out there with a flashlight shining into the woods and they've doubled back and walked over to see what's going on. I'm like, okay, this is time to get out of here before the police show up. And actually on the way out, there was a police car coming that way. I don't know, of course, if they were going there or not, but I'm always paranoid about that type of stuff. So let's get on to the business of the holiday season, the festive season, the Christmas season, dare I say. Sitting here with Garbage. You doing all right there? Yeah, Garbage likes this tree thing now. He's finally just started to get used to it. He's just been kind of crashing in the bed usually with us. But anyways, so I have to give a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever you celebrate, festive season, holiday season, I don't know. We're not going to get complicated on that. We just all want to have a good shortest day of the year and the next like week and a half afterwards where we can eat a bunch of good food, drink a bunch of step twos, possibly fast if that's something people do. But
yeah, the kitty's name is Garbage.
I'm not going to fast. I'm going to pour myself an eggnog, the one I desperately needed last night, because it's after 12 now, and I think that's about time. More than that. Better.
He looked at his empty wrist to see what time it is. Yes. Yes, he did.
Oh, that's much needed. Awesome. Stay out of this. So,
He's a good boy. Leave him alone, Steve.
Garbage, the kitty, from People Know, was rescued from the acreage. He just walked into the house one day and
Aw.
wasn't leaving. So I had to feed him, and I thought he'd go away once he was full, but then he just stuck around. So he's been all run through the vet procedure now. He's just got his lampshade off that they put onto him, and he really likes sitting here looking out the window and hunkering down. Perfect cat. Doesn't even like to play. He just like sits there and sleeps, and yeah, he's like, what are you disturbing me for? So great. Doesn't even like laser pointers. Perfect cat in my opinion. And beautiful wife loves him because he'll just curl up and they can watch a Christmas movie together. And yeah, there you are, Garb.
Aw. Oh, stretchy guy.
Big stretch.
Oh yeah, he's got the shaved leg. The shaved legs going on because he just got done with the vet.
A lot better than out in the woods at the acreage, eh? Yeah, I think so. So we got this extreme cold rolling in here, and we could be looking at lows of minus 35 Celsius, which is about minus 31 Fahrenheit. They do line up at minus 40. Even though that sounds strange, it's because every degree is a different amount. A degree Celsius is a different amount of a degree than Fahrenheit. So eventually they line up and then they start going the other way where Celsius is higher than Fahrenheit or vice versa. So anyway, yeah, it's blustery. There is a bit of a blizzard. And today, actually, I'm just about to upload this. I'm just having eggnog and doing some editing, getting in the donations, which we'll address. But getting this done before beautiful wife and I just sit down for some good movies, because it's the anniversary of our first successful date. We had the first date was absolutely horrible, and I'm surprised I got a second date, because it was an awful date. I won't go into it, but
I wanted to hear about it.
Our first successful date that we had, which is great, and that led to us getting married and getting this cat. So the donations that came in, there are the residual normal beer donation ones that come in, which I'm very thankful for. Like, people have donated monthly. Some are $1 or whatever. Everything helps, $12 a year for sure. You get your name up every month, but I'm not kind of pushing for that. I'm debating what to do in the new year coming forward. I have turned off the beer donations for the people that want to come in and do weekly ones or on the fly. And I don't know if I'm going to go to a Patreon or just do nothing at all. But I know people want to be able to, get birthday shout-outs out and stuff. And
yep, that is cat.
Patreon may be a way to do that. I'm still evaluating.
Was getting a drink, and now there's cat. Yes, and his cat's name is Garbage. And Garbage is a rescue. He was a stray that came in on the acreage, and he was hungry and looking for food, and Steve fed him and figured, okay, well, he'll go away when he's full, and he never did. So Steve got him all checked out by the by the vets and yada yada yada, and yeah, that's his cat now. That's Garbage. That's not how cats work. I know, but Steve didn't know that. Is this just before Beautiful Wife died? This is 3 years ago, so probably somewhere in the vein of the last 6 to 8 months.
But we'll see what happens over the next little bit. But these awesome people have donated, of course, to the monthly thing, and there's also other folks that have donated to special causes, which is why I turned off the beer donations. There was those floods in BC, and there's the tornado relief funds now. There's always something. Local food banks, and I've told people just reach out to me through whichever way we can. The stevewallace.com is probably the best, because then I can do it all kind of at once. But for the folks that have donated to that, thank you so much. You've donated to help your communities, help those that need this time of year. I sleep outside once a week, barring things going wrong. But there's people that do it 7 days a week with no end in sight, and no beer fund, and no eggnog, and no cat. So these folks need definitely send the donations that way until further notice. In the new year, we'll look at things and we'll see where we go from there. But yeah, I could sit here and ramble on. I guess, if the folks just want to see the stealth or the camping, you can check out now. I take no offense, or you probably already have checked out. So now it's just people that want to learn more about Garbage and the eggnog and the apartment. But
everybody wants to learn more about Garbage.
We still haven't furnished the place, hence the camp chairs, and we have 3 musical instruments and 2 chairs in the place, along with Garbage. You got a little more furniture than we do.
Campingwithsteve.com. Nice.
This is pretty solid hardwood stuff. We're having trouble finding that around here. It's all pressboard stuff and really cheap. We want furniture that after 10 years, we're not throwing it out. We're just going to reupholster it or something. So trying to find some good traditional looking furniture.
that's good and stable, so, and comfortable. It's a hard mix to find. And dirt cheap, of course. I know we won't find that.
True.
Anyway, yeah, I do wish that would have gone a little bit better last night. However, sadly, it could have been worse, I'll say that. On the way out of that trail, I'm like a disgusting mess. I got like snot running down my nose. I've been out cold. My hands are freezing. And from doing all that stuff barehanded, I'm carrying like a camera in one hand that's recording the backpack and the cop thing, because the backpack things came undone on the back. So I'm stumbling out, and there's this horrified woman walking her dog. And it's a big dog too. He could have taken me down for sure.
Oh,
and,
no.
You know, I'm stumbling out of this trail, and she like backs up and she looks at me like horrified, like, what's this guy stumbling out of the woods with a camera for? Like, it's exactly the situation I tried to avoid. But that happened, and it's best to do because I don't want to be. I'd rather be preemptively leaving the site than when there's police coming through the forest or the woods, and then, you know, writing me a ticket for having a step 2 out there or whatever the case is. I don't want to distract the police resources from where they're actually needed in the world. So I guess with that said, we are going to have a great Christmas over the next few days. Beautiful wife and I are going to the in-laws. It's where we typically do the Christmas, really small thing, but it's become a tradition, which is very different than my Christmases in the motorhome days. Oh boy. Yeah. Christmas was like any other day in the RV. I was there alone, watching a movie. The only thing different is that a lot of the stores were closed, so I had to stock up before on anything that I wanted. So, I guess we'll see what we can do in the cold weather coming up here. Thank you all for watching. I'm sorry this one was, it turned out to not be what I'd envisioned. But however, going forth, I'll try to get a couple more stealth done before spring, but without ample planning and a lot of trips out into that spot to carry gear, it's pretty difficult. And
Fair.
We're just waiting for the weather to clear up, the roads to clear up, and then we can finally begin our journey, unless travel restrictions come up. So who really knows? Isn't that right, Garbage? Yeah. Well, thanks everybody. Thank you for watching. We'll see you. I'm not anticipating that I'm going to miss the next video here. We just have to figure out a way to film something in pretty cold. And normally I do those. I have the buddy heater or a wood stove or something like that. So I wouldn't expect stealth, but it'll be what it will. So cheers. We'll see you guys next week.
Okay. Hang on, let me give you the link. I'll check that link in a sec here, Spoiled. Please like the video. Steve's awesome. Camping with Steve. Okay. Find more information about myself, the channel, camping gear, merch, recipes, and more. Oh no. Okay, I do like that he has I do like that he has beer koozies. He's got a step 2 beer koozie, and then he's got another one that says this is not a beer. I actually really like that. I really, really like that. That's actually really funny. Camping gear, Teton backpacks, Mr. Heater Big Buddy. Seen that all over the place. Oh, there's his hammock. His Hennessy hammock. Yep. Coleman stove. Camping with Steve in the news. Steve, you okay, well, I mean, the damage is already done, so might as well. That's funny. That's really, really funny. There was another one, and since we're already 3 hours in, Steve Wallace, what was it, outtakes? I think. were bloopers, maybe? Yeah, camping disasters. Here we go. I saw a part of this last night, and I had to turn it off. I'm like, okay, you guys are going to love this.
Hey everyone, welcome to Camping with Steve. I'm mailing it in this week with a clip show. There are ups and downs to the grieving process, and this week I just didn't have it in me to go camp somewhere like that or something for the night. Don't worry, I will, but it was just been a tough week for me. So I went through and I've curated a few of the failures, how there always seems to be some disaster happening in a video. And a few of my favorites there, so pop some popcorn and sit back and enjoy.
Hell yeah.
Okay, got everything we need.
2 nights, extreme cold, stealth camping in city. Okay.
I found a little kids camping chair. Unfortunately, it's decorated with Paw Patrol, but that's all they had. And when I got into the back of the car, I discovered this. That's how cold it was.
Oh no, his beer, his ginger ale exploded.
Not what you
want to
see in a rental car. But it was just club soda, thankfully. Nothing sticky like pop. Okay, we got a vehicle that stopped right there, backed up.
4-person stealth camping.
And I don't know if it's a cop, but it might be. That's 100% the police. 100% the police.
Yep, those are cops.
I can hear them talking to each other, but we're gonna lay low here because even a bylaw infraction, we don't want our guests from the States here to get in any trouble.
Okay, so what did you guys think of that?
So, we were already as strung out as can be.
We're a little bit on the strung out side.
But so now I'm even more strung out because that.
It was stressful. It was very stressful.
We've had a run-in with the cops before like this, and that would not be cool in a different country.
No, yeah.
Another couple coming down the trail.
So should we go back this way or?
Uh-oh. Oh, holy shit.
Okay, my heart just stopped there. That's exactly what I was always afraid of. It's a dog running up to the campsite.
He is sweating something fierce. We just saw this one. You know what the funny thing is? I just thought about this. What's scary about a dog? Well, it's not his dog. So, and because it's stealth camping, it's not technically legal, but it's not technically illegal either. And he doesn't have permission to do what he's doing. So, yeah, one of those deals. So now all of a sudden, random dog comes in or comes close to where he's camping. He doesn't know the animal. The animal doesn't know him. Anything could happen. But this one, I just thought about this. The person with the flashlight that was going back and forth, he did say that there was a woman with a really big dog that could have easily taken him out. What if it wasn't that somebody called the cops? What if it was that woman taking her dog out to take a crap? That would make sense.
He walked by earlier. He came back with a flashlight. backing up.
I mean, I still get why he's paranoid, 100%. I would be too.
Blood pumping. Some, but I'm getting in there.
Steve has never worked so fast in his life. Poor Steve. He's just like, aw shit, aw shit.
Somebody walked down the trail. Somebody was following them another 20 feet back, and they stopped. And then I shut up for a second, and then, yeah. 10 minutes later, they're back down the trail with flashlight. And this is a residential area. People obviously have a right to be concerned that someone's out in the woods for no reason on a cold night behind their house. And ASAP. Big problem. Thank you. Got the ride coming. Oh man. In the cold. The cold, I need the dexterity to untie these knots. So gloves are not an option.
Yeah, that's really rough. Oh yeah, he is. 100%.
Out of here. Okay. Either my ride's here or that's the police. And the straps broke on the backpack. I was worried about that. Did do some surgery on that. Yeah, that's the ride. Good. Okay. That was interesting. Okay. Time to get out of here. And,
I hope so, Sophia.
See what I can do. Yeah. Great.
What's going on tomorrow for him? Camping near historic Bigfoot sighting. Uh-oh. Oh, I'd be shitting my pants.
It's the only wildlife we saw here. No Bigfoot, but
it was probably a cow
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a touch more sleep because I didn't get pretty much a wink of sleep last night. It was a brutal one. Yeah, we are on Crown land, but I guess there's a grazing lease on this on this little.
He has baseball tournaments tomorrow, and the first one is about an hour and a half away. It starts at 8. Oh, wow.
Little piece of property here.
That's actually kind of funny. I understand why he was so paranoid. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, yeah, Bigfoot fucking exists or anything like that. But when you have a stigma like that attached to a place, and then you go and you hear something that you typically don't hear, okay, fair. I get it. Why was he paranoid? Because he didn't know what was going on around him. So this area that he's in currently is where apparently there was a Bigfoot sighting. So he camped out there, and then he started hearing stuff around his tent at night. Come to find out, because I know it's really, really hard to see in this picture over here, but this little thing, that's the back end of a cow. So chances are what he was hearing was cows.
This whole section here. So anyway, back to bed. I need a little more sleep. Vehicle out there.
Oh, trespassers. Oh no.
There is a vehicle out there. Like, actually, it sounds like it's coming.
Oh. Maybe we should turn on the dark.
Yep.
Oh, that's crazy neighbor.
There they are.
Yeah, I can see.
When you're alone in the middle of the night in the woods, it's easy to get paranoid. Oh, yeah.
I think that's a cop.
Yeah, he said turn on the dark.
They got that little spotlight that they shine. There they are. They're still there. Yeah. They're coming back.
Okay, great. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay. Camera does not go on.
They're coming back. Look. There they are.
Yeah.
Hopefully they see the danger tape and they don't come in.
Okay, yeah. That was definitely a cop. Oops, that was the flashlight. But we're sitting right here, trying to cook a nice Thanksgiving dinner. Turn off the light, Glenn. Oh, crazy neighbor.
Some of us get paranoid when we're alone in the middle of our bed. Fair. Totally fair.
Get down, Murray. He's coming this way. Yeah. Okay.
Time to chill.
It's time to chill. We're just hiding out here. I can hear his engine running, but he definitely had his spotlight on, going up and down the road there. I don't know if the danger things made him think twice, or if we had too many lights on in here. But we're just gonna wait for him to put away, and I think we'll all be good. Well, okay, that was something. He's drove off now. I guess we'll lay low for a little bit here.
Yeah, this is the camping disasters compilation.
Oh man, that gets the blood pumping.
Far North Summer Solstice Camping. Okay.
Okay. Fire is burning. Packaging is burning from everything else. And for dinner, beautiful wife has whipped up a salad.
That is a man who just realized he's not getting steak for dinner.
I'm gonna see what's in the fridge and try to make this work.
Free camping on public land with a tent and wood stove.
So the wind was a little more windy than I anticipated, and that all just blew over. So I've thrown it back together. I put some boulders around the outside. Easy enough. Yeah, this isn't stealthy.
Freeway interchange stealth camping. Oh no.
At all. In fact, it's borderline dangerous in this type of a setup. Shields some of that Chilled some of the flame from the road. That's a little better as long as the smoke isn't as much of a heat score as the flames are.
Heavy snowfall camping. Okay. Okay, there we go. Got that part. Uh-oh. Oh. Saw that coming.
Okay. So, we'll need to get some weight on this right away.
That was me the first time I went camping alone. It happens.
Okay.
Hiking and camping with foresty forest. Oh, God.
I am not looking over the edge. I am not looking over the edge.
That is a big rock right there.
Oh, great.
Oh, good. Well, now we know Steve is afraid of heights.
Oh, great. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Holy shit. Okay, to be fair, I would be afraid of heights too. That is a massive fuck off drop. Holy shit. That is insane.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Foresty is taking that path. I'm going on this side.
Which way are you going?
I'm going the same direction, just on a training trail. Okay, that didn't work well. We've got, seems like hail coming down. Trying to cover things up. That rolled in quicker than I thought.
Oh no.
And
Mago, what's going on?
kind of
Oh Jesus. Steve, get out of there.
okay, so basically, I'm just gonna hunker down as much as possible here in this wonderful hailstorm. We didn't get any storms all summer, but yeah, being underneath of a tree is about the best place you can be in this situation. I'm kidding. However, okay, garbage bag to the rescue. All right, we can do this. Okay, we've got my garbage bag poncho on right now, and we're just going to kind of wait for all this to blow over in some ways, hopefully. One of the worst things that can happen when you're
Polar vortex winter camping in minus 32 degrees. Oh, Jesus. Where's his... He didn't have a tent for that one.
winter camping is that your white truffle oil freezes solid on you, so you gotta...
Holy shit.
Thaw it out on the rack.
His truffle oil froze. Secret highway stealth shelter camping.
Okay, here we are. Stepping out onto the boulevard. And we're gonna actually look in. Okay, yeah, you can pretty much see something there. That's for sure. But, you know, that's the full light test. This thing is, you know, clearly visible. I'm gonna walk around the whole thing just to give the sense of it. Yeah, that's not bad. That's with the full light blazing, throwing caution to the wind with everything. Yeah, no, I don't see too much in there. Walk around the other side here. as long as I don't trip in anything. Maybe that's something to trip on. All right. Coming from the other side. This is the road I worry about. Oh boy. They've got an actual security guard there. They have an actual security guard at the construction site. His lights are blinking. Yeah, no, I think it's... Oh, he's coming.
Uh-oh.
He's coming.
Uh-oh.
He's coming.
Uh-oh.
And I got all these lights going at the camp. Just perfect. Okay. Just perfect. Okay. There he is. With the light. With the light going. This is the most scared again. And he's got a light. And he's got a light going. Back in I go. Back in I go. Okay. This has to go up right now.
Oh.
Right now. We got a problem. We got a big problem. We got a big problem. Okay. Oh, great.
Stealth camping an abandoned gas station. Oh, God.
Good morning. The wildfires aren't a concern, which is good.
What? Okay. Why aren't the wildfires a concern?
But looks like this outside.
Oh.
That's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
So, beautiful wife is going to come fetch me, and I've told her to go slow on the roads for sure and be super careful because we don't want any problems here.
That's snow.
I got a call. She says she's here. Go around to the front to try and oh, there she is. Hi there, I can see you. All right, and we'll get in the car, drive around, load this stuff up, get out of this this winter wonderland that seems to keep happening to us. Wow. Unbelievable. Well, good thing I didn't get into bed right away because...
Stealth camping in Ducks Unlimited conservation area. Uh-oh.
The snow has began, and it's a little worse than what the weather forecast was saying. This is going to be a fairly serious snowfall by the looks of things by the time the morning comes. And I'm going to have to do something because everything is getting covered in snow. Thankfully, I got a trick up my sleeve. I brought a fly for a hammock, so I'm gonna rig that up somehow to try and keep this snow from burying me in the night.
Okay.
I made myself a hot dog stick. It cost me dearly.
Oh, I remember that one.
Band-Aid.
Yep.
But that was that stupid axe. It's way too sharp.
Steve, that's why you don't put your fingers near an axe.
Okay, so there's a car coming, so I certainly cannot just crawl in there. And actually, I think that's a peace officer, which is even better. Oh no, that's a safety patrol, and they've just stopped. Okay, this is bad, and I don't know what to do. So
you learned that lesson? Yep.
Talk to me. I'm gonna say there's a bird here. I was trying to get on film.
There's a bird?
Yes, there he is. Excellent. Oh, community safety patrol. And there he goes. Let's do this.
There's a bird in the middle of the night.
Cook it slowly. Oh yeah, I think that'll work.
Tip of your finger is still missing a bit. Ow. What is this? Urban Island Stealth Camping. Okay. Well, yeah, but typically when it comes to owls, they don't perch in like a roundabout area because it's so loud. And they'll get startled easily, so car comes rushing by or something like that, then they're gone.
Just sit there and cook and hopefully not overflow all over the place. Okay, it's
Oh,
bad.
oh
it's
no.
Like Kevin spilling the chili bad. Well, there we go. It's a meal for one now. Butane stove. Let's see.
What is this? Urban Roadside Stealth Camping. Okay.
Okay. Oh, that sounds... Ow!
Jesus!
Okay, don't mind about that. We'll figure this out. That looks a little more reasonable. Okay, good.
Winter camping in a bubble wrap shelter.
I really don't know what to do. Boy, it's a pickle.
Steve. Did it freeze? No, he's just relieving stress right now.
Great. The old tent blew off.
Oh no.
This is really bad. Up here. Try to stop this thing from blowing away.
Oh no.
Now you're camping with Steve. Wow. Okay. I really don't know what to do now.
Winter camping using summer gear, is it possible? Yes, but it's not fun.
Okay. A couple of eyes looking at me. Two sets of eyes looking at me.
Oh, Jesus.
There's...
Okay, that would scare the shit out of me. You guys see that? That would scare the piss out of me right there. Those two sets of eyes. Yeah, I'd be dropping everything and fucking running.
There's a couple of moose out there, I think.
3 sets held to the no. Yeah. Oh, that's creepy as shit. That's so creepy. What color are the eyes? They're just the reflection of the light from the camera.
Those are big animals.
Oh no.
Okay, time to get back into the car.
Yes. Back into the car.
Right at me.
That's a moose? Uh-oh.
I normally try to avoid moose if at all possible. I know they're dangerous during certain times of the year, and I just don't want to chance it.
Yeah,
I told
no.
a crazy neighbor and asked, how dangerous are these things? And he says the rut is over now, and they apparently don't know it's hunting season. So I'm gonna wait till they move on a little bit. My temperature here is showing -3 degrees, so it's not too cold. All right. Well, hopefully you were shaking your head in disgust during all of that. I know I was editing it. The joys of leaving the bloopers in the final product. So I'll give my shout outs to the Beer Donation folks. I normally don't do this on a clip show video or an update unless it's a full-blown stealth camping or a good video. However, there's birthdays that are urgent to get up. I can't just be late on those for a couple of weeks. Then I'll get in trouble. So thank you all, and also thank you to veterans, members of the military. You're all doing a fantastic job at keeping us safe. And you camp in crazier places than I ever would. And my hat goes off to y'all. I should have done my hair.
So my hat goes off to you all, and we will see you all again next Thursday. Cheers. Stay stealthy.
Alrighty, that was a good one. Billboard stealth camping. No, God, why? Why would you do this to yourself, Steve? Oh, God. Alright, let me go back. What do you got for us, Steve? Here, I'm going to close these out. What else you got for us, Steve? We're on the Steve train today. It's just that simple. Everything's already been derailed, so fuck it, why not? What else we got? We got busy intersection, business park roundabout, construction material DIY tent, disguise truck stealth camping, parking garage, waiting for him to camp near my house. True. True does amazing things. He does. He absolutely does. What did you do? Absolutely. How dare we be made to wait to see True's thing? He said he finished it. I don't have anything to show. He asked if he could show it. Absolutely he can. Let me see. What is this? Okay. Okay. You sent it. It's not bad. It's not bad at all, actually. I think I might look a little bit more like Squeaks in that picture. But overall, it's pretty good. It's definitely coming together. I know it's also, like, hard to tell because obviously I'm, like, behind a microphone. Yeah, hang on one second. I'm getting it. Just Discord has this really funky way of doing things. There we go. If you don't like show us, I'm going to ban him and you will never see his thing again. Yeah. That's cool as fuck, isn't it? And then... Oh, that's actually really well done. Holy shit. I love the background stuff. Look at this one. That's actually really well done. I like that one. That's really good. He's got the big boss poster, right? This definitely has to be an Ocelot thing. There's Raiden. You got Snake, a snake statue sitting on the bookshelf, MGS. That's actually really well done. That is really cool. That's really, really cool. I like that. Thank you. That's actually really well done. Holy shit. My what? My tramp stamp? I don't have one. Redo the face if you don't like it. It's honestly, the only thing is just the jawline. That's really about it. The jawline, and then like these right here, you see like where the lighter brown comes into the darker brown. I usually have the chin strap. The only picture that I gave you, though, which was the clearest one, just had it a day that I didn't shave. You forgot Shadow's olecranal skin. Oh my god. But no, other than that, it looks great. Like, it actually looks really, really good. Holy shit. That's really good. No, I don't have a tramp stamp. Give me 1 second, hang on. This isn't it? What? Oh, Christ. The olacranal skin. My God. Okay, there we go. You would have to prove that for us to believe it. I don't have to prove anything. There's nothing to prove. I was wondering what Skick was. It's okay, it happens. Okay, so what from Steve would we like to watch next? Also, your clone is the one without the tramp stamp. What? Thank you, True. Yeah, no, I mean, the rest of it looks fantastic. It absolutely does. All right, so what exactly do we want here? That's me at 5 a.m., half asleep. Give him the jawline he's always wanted. Well, I have a jawline. This is... See, here's the thing, right? This looks really, really, really good. It's just because down here is really round. I end up... Actually, hang on. I'll show you. I kind of look like Squeaks. That's all it is. I kind of look like Squeaks a little bit. That's all. And don't get me wrong, I love Squeaks. He's great. I don't think I could ever actually pass for Squeaks. That's all. But yeah, I mean, everything the background, oh my God, dude, that background is insane. I love this background. That is so awesome. Holy shit. I don't have a jaw. What do you mean I don't have a jaw? Okay, what are we watching next when it comes to Steve? There's tons of things to watch here, so what do we want? Is that why you hide behind the pop filter? No, I don't hide behind the pop filter. That's the funny thing. The only reason why I'm so close is because I have to have my mic set up a certain way because I don't have any sound deadening stuff on any of the walls. So it's really echoey in here. No, I like the pop filter. I really do like the pop filter, but that's why. It's quite literally because it's so echoey in here. I had to set everything up so unless I'm really close to the microphone, you can't hear much. Okay, so we wanted abandoned mine, and we wanted donation bin. Shadow's actual... Oh, God. That is not my actual jaw. Jesus. Christ. You know what? I think we're going to do the storm chasing one as well. Fuck it, why not? We're already derailed tonight. Who cares?
Hey everybody, welcome to Don't Do What Steve Does.
That is the best introduction he's ever done. Welcome to Don't Do What Steve Does. I love it.
I've got an idea today that's so crazy, I just had to bring someone with me.
Crazy
We are
neighbor!
gonna go camping in an abandoned mine. So, with no further ado, let's get hiking, and this is the part everybody's going to skip over until we get to the mine, so I'll keep it short.
That would be a slug.
It is bear and cougar and wolf country, so yeah, we're packing our bear spray.
Is that lotion or alcohol? Probably yes.
So looks like we're about a third of the way there. It's probably a total of 2.5 kilometers, maybe 3 kilometers in, which in miles, what would you think that would be, crazy neighbor?
Let's see, 1.6 kilometers per mile, so 3 kilometers would be a little over 2 miles.
But that was a little bit of elevation gain there, and now it looks like a lot more elevation gain there. What do you think about elevation gain, crazy neighbor?
I'm not liking it.
Me neither.
You got some big slugs in Canada. Yep.
Loaded with bears, guaranteed. You can tell just from the way they look. The actual road ends here, and it's off on a little trail.
Oh boy. Yeah, I love the drone shots that he gets.
We're gonna have a good conversation here, in case there is any bears. Then we can let them know we're in the area by talking loudly.
Hey, bears! How's it going?
Oh yeah. You just know there's a bunch in there. Cougars, wolves, the whole bit. It's the real deal, guys.
The real deal.
I can hear those mosquitoes pretty clearly.
Yeah, me too.
Just a little too late for fiddleheads here. I said I wouldn't stretch this part out too long. Let's go.
It's kind of like he had a thought and then he went, no, it's too much. Let's just keep going.
Oh, let's just keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here for a bit.
Yep, good idea. Oh boy. Litter on the trail. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous.
We just got to get to the end of this big tree, and I think the worst of it's over now.
Yeah, I think so too. So, just like a flight or two of stairs.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
A flight or two. Exactly, Steve. How big are the flights of stairs in your home?
A little loose.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen escalators that don't go up that high.
That's the most serious hike I probably have ever done.
That was every bit as hard as I thought it would be.
Got a couple gnarly ones? Jesus.
Yeah, they say on all trails that one is easy to
First off, how did they find this? Second, how did anyone ever mine this shit and get the stuff out? Well, so if I remember correctly, on Steve's website, it said like recommend a spot for Steve or something to that extent. My understanding is that since he's had the website up, he's had a lot of people send stuff through the website, but even before that, people were throwing stuff in the comments in terms of ideas and stuff that he could check out. So that's typically how they end up finding the spots. How did anyone ever mine this? Very carefully.
Moderate. I'll go with moderate. Okay. We've got our lights. And as always, this is not an example of something to do. Never go into an abandoned mine. I can't explain why we're doing it, but let's do it.
Okay, here we go.
Especially one that looks like the perfect size for a bear. True. You would not catch me going into one of these, ever. Fuck all of this, right? This is axe murderer territory.
Yeah, I'm gonna go way farther here.
Yeah, you would not catch me dead.
I hope we find some dry ground. There's some real
Having RDR2 flashbacks, totally fair. Actually, hang on one second. I gotta fix something really, really, really quick. There we go. That's much better. Okay.
Okay. When I see a board like that, I just assume it's covering up a shaft. So those are dangers of...
Thought it was R2D2. Oh god. I had a USB cord that was acting a little finicky, but it's because we've had thunderstorms the last few days, so I unplugged my mixer last night, actually, after I was done streaming, just because I didn't want anything to fry or whatever, and it wasn't fully plugged in all the way. So every once in a while, on my end, the sound would cut out. So, yeah, I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. And hopefully that stops that.
It's plate steel, so definitely there's a shaft under there. For sure.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah. Hey, it gets pretty dry in here. Oh.
It's pretty dry in here. Completely submerged tunnel.
Look at that.
Pretty clear, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah.
So go pass on that.
I'm gonna pass on that too. Yeah, no thanks. Okay. Yeah, this is the end of it right here, and it's wet.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah. That's not big enough for the two of us, that's for sure.
Oh no, you guys could easily fit there. Plus, it'd be really, really funny if somebody has to take a leak in the middle of the night. So you do it in the submerged tunnel, and it just echoes throughout the entire cave system. Sounds like you have experience. What?
This way.
Peeing in an enclosed area into a body of water to make the echo? Yes, absolutely.
So it's just like a T, and now we're doing the other T. Well, that echoes. Wow.
Jesus, that echo.
And this is the end of it. Yeah, head.
That's the end of it.
That's the end of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, here's the other thing, right? You can tell that these two are not gamers. And the reason you can tell these two are not gamers is because any actual gamer... Any actual gamer would have done exactly this far in. They totally would have done that. Oh, you totally would have, Mongo, don't lie.
Yeah, nope.
Goddamn Halo nerd. You want to know the funny part is? I don't actually care all that much for Halo, but it has just literally been something that has been around for so long, everybody knows it.
Pushing it out in rail carts. Too damp to sleep in there, so we got to really kind of figure something out, because I'm not hiking all the way back down there today.
No wonder they abandoned it, right?
That we will. There's not a lot of level ground. I want to roll off the hill, but okay, it's time for step 2.
It's time for step 2.
Ventilation coming through the mine, so I know it's good for air. I'm not worried about that. Cheers.
Cheers, Steve.
To a treacherous hike.
Mm-hmm.
Our only hope of camping in the mine is if it's dry on the upper level up there. I know there was a way inside with a little rope and a ladder. I'm not doing that. But
Good
up
call.
there, it looks like a little bit more of some treacherous trail there, and I think I can see another entrance up there. I don't know for sure. Online, I can't see any pictures of that, so that's another hazard of camping in an abandoned mine. The pictures I saw online, it was pretty dry, so it was a bit of a surprise. But if you were camping in a mine and it started to rain, yeah, it can get pretty wet. So
good call.
Try to don't look down. Don't look down.
Oh yeah, he doesn't like heights.
It's a little slippery there. Yep. Nope. That's not a way in.
Nope.
Not that I see, nope.
Steve, that would be a rock wall. But you tried. A for effort.
It's a nothing.
Not flat or dry either?
Nope. I wouldn't say that. No, definitely not flat or dry. Okay. Be careful on the way back. And I will too. Oh.
Look at that.
I see. Yeah, that's the rope people go up.
Oh.
Not me.
No, that's a big no for me too.
That's awesome. Hang on. They're talking about this little rope right here that just goes straight up a wall so that they can get to the actual mine entrance. Fuck that noise.
No, that's a big no for me too.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, Jesus.
Definitely not climbing up that rope.
Good call.
Even walking up this hill was a bit of a stretch for old Steve here. Oh no. No. Back to the drawing board here, because I really want to camp in that abandoned mine.
Oh no.
Not outside of it.
Okay.
But we don't have the cots. What we need is cots to get us up off the ground a little bit.
Fair.
So tonight, I guess we'll just hunker down here. There's some kind of level spots. And we gotta do that climb again tomorrow.
Well, we did it once, we can do it twice more.
I didn't want to bring them. I guess we do have room. We could have, but I wanted to keep the packs really light, which tonight's food, of course, is going to be freeze-dried stuff. When it comes to abandoned mines, this is something I want to touch on. I've heard it might have been a copper mine. I'm not sure. And they could have been using anything in there as far as chemicals, things like... You don't want to drink the water in an abandoned mine, even if you run it through a life straw. That's my opinion. Some people might be fine drinking crystal clear. Like in a cave, that's one thing, but in a mine, this was an industrial site. There's rusted tracks in there. There's who knows what type of chemicals. So
oil, gasoline.
There, so we did have to bring water. It's not saving that much weight, I guess, but just a relaxing day of hunkering down. Crazy Neighbor has a really elaborate chair. It's
really small, but it's comfy when you get it set up.
It looks a lot more comfy than mine.
Fits in that tiny little bag.
Well, you're in style today. You're in style today.
Look at this. I got a tray to put my beer, I guess.
Yeah. Quick check of my phone reveals a geocache located 14 meters from here.
Ah.
So,
gonna check it out?
Yeah,
yep.
Let's find it.
5 meters, 4.
Okay, what's this thing supposed to look like, Steve?
Usually a little container. I've never actually found one before. 3 meters. Moving around on me. Could it be right by where I was sitting? Is this the smartest thing we could be doing at dusk?
Probably not.
On a steep hill. That's okay.
It's a little bit of entertainment.
Oh, be careful.
Yeah, it's pretty steep here.
It's in the area. The GPS is really bad because there's this huge mountain here and all these trees kind of blocking the satellites. I'm not going to make a whole point of this, but we'll poke around and see if we can find it. I think we found it. Yep.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, first geocache I've ever found.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, perfect.
What do we got in there?
There's British Columbia collectible pins, a geocache button by looks, or coin, little pendant thing. Okay. Some business cards. This guy is for Musher. I know he's pretty cool. Oh, some carabiners, a guest book, so...
Might as well sign the guest book.
No, there's not a lot in here, so I'm just gonna put in this beleaguered hunker down sticker.
Perfect.
To see better days. Sign a guest book.
Sign the guest.
Okay, so...
There's quite a few.
Some people have been up here, yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Okay, there we go. Hunker down.
Right on.
So you better sign it too.
Okay.
You helped with the search.
There we go.
How about that?
It wasn't even that hard.
No, it wasn't. We're not going to make it overly hard, but we're going to cover it up a little bit. Right? Yeah. Well,
Awesome.
how about that? Yeah. First geocache. Okay, because that's riveting entertainment. Hunting for a geocache instead of hanging out in the abandoned mine. Well, it's going to be a quiet night by the mine. Just gonna get the bedrolls set up. Not really doing anything exciting.
On your way to find it right now.
Fried meals, roll out the bedrolls, and sleep under the stars and hopefully not the rain. So, just kind of where we're at. Then we go for it full blast in the morning. You gonna fall asleep in that chair?
I probably could. It's pretty comfy. I'm glad I brought it.
Discord might pop up again, yeah. Stupid
As
updates.
You know, this is only the second time I've ever worn a backpack. And they didn't have a backpack. And I went
There we
to
go.
a thrift store. And they had this backpack there. The only one that they had. It was only $10.
They did. They found a geocache, yeah.
But it's pink. Now, do I care if it's pink? No. Let's just let it inflate. That's self-inflating, right?
Oh yeah.
Good. Okay. I'm set.
Hunkered down?
I'm hunkered down. Yeah, look. Like a bug in a cocoon.
That's pretty cozy.
It is. You got a nice rock as a backrest.
Yeah. Okay, so you won't fall over the edge. You got rocks here.
No.
That's good.
I'm leaned up against the rock.
All right.
I've never been geocaching.
Perfect. Good night, crazy neighbor.
Hey, Steve.
Sleep with your hat on?
Yeah, it keeps bugs out of my eyes.
All right.
Fair.
I'm down for the count. See you guys in the morning and we'll make this a little more exciting. Good morning, everybody. I was just sleeping in a little bit and some people walked by. I heard a dog bark and they've walked up here with their dog to check out the mine. And I had the perfect excuse. I wanted to sleep in the mine. So, just about going to get the gear tucked away and head on down to go get the gear we need to actually successfully sleep in that mine. Sleeping bag get a little wet?
I kind of rolled into the stream, or slid down into the stream with my feet. So, just about a couple inches.
Just gonna stash the stuff that I don't need to bring down. I'm gonna need my backpack to grab some stuff out of the car, cots, etc. But don't want to haul this down and then back up again. Hauling it up once was more than enough.
It is crazy the shit this guy does.
Alright, let this begin. This time I actually have to see the height that I'm going down, and I don't like heights. So, let's get this over with. Easier on the way down, hey?
Much easier on the way down. I like this now.
The trip down is just humane. We're not clutching our chests, drenched in sweat, pleading for mercy. This is...
It's like a walk in the park.
So to speak. I have these small cots that I'd left in the car because they had a lot of weight and space, but sadly we're gonna need these, and it started to rain.
Oof.
All of our stuff is sitting there up at the mine,
Wet.
Getting wet.
Yep.
So keeping an eye on the forecast and the radar, hoping that this blows over and we get some sun to dry everything out. And I think it's just going to be my sleeping bag that gets wet because everything else is underneath of it. Adventure. Okay, we've loaded up with what we need, and let's hit the road.
Yeah, no thank you. I've done my fair share of shit like that before.
Okay. You ready to do this again?
That's all right.
Could be
We
worse.
know what to expect now.
Yeah. Alright, let's do this again. Up the hill there seems to be a lot less rain. That's good, because those rocks are going to be slippery. Oh boy.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We got to be crafty here to dry this out. Oh, never be fooled by a beautiful day. If anything, it was too hot on the way down, and here we are. So, yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
We made it for the final time. We're not doing that again.
Oh, Chelsea.
Yeah, I know. So I think our best hope is to get things underneath of this overhang to dry out as much as possible. And hopefully the sun comes back out for us. It'll be a nice treat. Oh, that's ingenious. This one didn't get too wet. So, spent an afternoon drying stuff off. My jacket was soaked. It's dry now. Sleeping bags, dry. Sleeping pad, dry. That's great. And I hope mine is dry. So we're going to go in and see where we can camp inside of there.
It's just going to be drier.
Hopefully.
Oh God.
Thank you. There's a little spot here.
I keep waiting for one of these stones I step on to be a turtle or an alligator or something.
Well, they shouldn't be in this area in a cave or a mine. But in here there is, there's some water. It's flowing. The cot should be high enough.
You hate everything about this. No, that's totally fair. I never would camp in this, ever.
It certainly gets, still wet down here for sure.
I think that spot back there will work for us.
I think so. Not stepping on that. Yeah,
When
so
people with
down
jawlines
here,
camp in these sorts
so
of...
this
Oh,
could
God.
be acceptable. I think this was the one that... No, this doesn't. Oh, yeah. This is where there's the pit. We're in here. It's really not level enough for the cots, is the problem. Yeah.
Drier but not level.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the end of there.
Yeah, and this is all completely soaked. So this ain't gonna work because of a couple of reasons, of which I can think of. One being that it slopes from here down into there.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to roll into that cold topsoil.
Well, yeah, and this, it goes down quite far.
It's part of whatever vein they were chasing up that way. And I'd heard somebody pumped it out, actually. They brought a gas-powered pump in and pumped that out. Oh, you're not thinking about it, are you?
Not in the least. Not in the least.
Oh, they'd be totally screwed with a bear.
Well, maybe in
The bear is the size of the tunnel. Even if they kill the bear, they'd still have to get around it to get out.
Yeah, there's a stretch in here that
Be halfway home, that's fair.
I think so too. All right.
We're out. Stove in the pot.
Yeah, the whole cooking kit right in there. Got pot, little burner, and the fuel. So I never use these things, really. The freeze-dried meals, because typically I'm not going up a mountain, but the fact that I am today means I'm using these peak refuel ones. I've had a few. I'm not exactly a connoisseur, but I found these to be definitely the most sought after and the most palatable of
That's
all
a big
of them.
word.
Palatable.
Can you spell that?
Oh, wow. We've got, actually there's a slug on this one here.
Oh.
He
Oh,
can't
yeah.
get enough of this. Look at that.
Yeah,
It's crawled right on there.
that is
Let's see
a
if he'll
big slug.
Crawl off of, no, he's crawling more onto it. So, give him a, wait, okay, so that's one of your options, is that one. And then
with fresh protein.
The beef stroganoff with no slug. So what would you prefer? Crazy neighbor. I know you want that beef chili mac. I'm sure of it.
I really want the beef chili mac. Yeah.
But there's a slug on it.
Well, it's on the outside of the package. I'm not going to eat the slug.
I'm not dumping boiling water into a package with a poor, helpless, defenseless slug on there.
Well, can't we just gently release it?
If that slug knew how much salt was in that package, you wouldn't be anywhere near it.
He's got a point.
That slug's not going anywhere.
Well, yes, it's just he's moving slow. Slugs are like that. Is that his head or his tail?
His head is looking
Oh yeah,
like.
I see. Oh yeah, he's got those little thingies going like this.
Yeah, he's reading the instructions.
He's listening to us. He thinks we're going to cook him.
Well, if he doesn't get off the package. Yeah, 3/4 cup.
Oh, look, the slug is turned around.
Oh, good.
He's made an exit stage left. Yeehaw.
Would you like some desiccant with your meal tonight?
Not really.
Okay. Like, you can see if you're backpacking and actually finding
The
your water
slug.
as you go. This is perfect.
The slug is still down here. He's just chilling. That's awesome.
He's crawling off the package. Doug.
Mm-hmm.
He's crawling off the package. So do you want the spork or the spoon?
I don't care.
I'll give you the spork. It doesn't look, obviously.
Now this slug's not all over it, true.
I don't want to bug Doug here.
No.
But
They named him Doug. Doug the slug.
Yeah, certainly. They don't look like the package, but I've had some real abominations of freeze-dried meals in my time.
That's awesome. Doug the slug.
Two cots.
Hello in there!
Something I just noticed. We want to make sure we're not directly under a severe drip. Yeah, like I'm seeing some right there already on mine. So, yeah, if you're gonna go farther that way, that's good because there's right here. All this looks like it's gonna fall off at some point. Yeah. It is so much warmer outside than it is in there. It just feels like summer suddenly. Crazy neighbor's heading on in there. I'm gonna sit up for a little while here, and then I'll crawl in.
We'll see you guys in the morning.
Right on. Oh, I get the good chair then.
You did. Yes, you did.
So I suppose, overall, this trip had a lot more hiking than I expected. And I have nothing against hiking, I just have a bad hip. So, it was sketchy on the way back up. I was almost going to throw in the towel, but all the stuff was up here, so what could I do? I'm going to head in here in a second, get a nighttime time-lapse set up, and hunker down, and then make my way back down the trail tomorrow, bright and early. There were a couple people that came by today while we were up here, and it was great to meet with people. I didn't even come up with any excuse. I just said I'm sleeping in the mine. And the second person, actually, one of them did recognize me and said, are you Steve? And I said, well, I guess you know what I'm doing here then. But she was really cool. Shout out to Leanne. It was great to meet up with you. And yeah, it's going to be a cold night. It's got to the temperature where it's probably as cold outside as it is back in the mine. So, crazy neighbor. I heard a couple of snore sounds coming out of the cave. I hope it was snore sounds. But there's only one entrance that I know of. There's another one up higher, so there shouldn't be any bears or cougars or wildlife in there. And I would probably hear blood-curdling screams if that was the case. So, time to pack up, head in, and hunker down.
I see how it is. Poor crazy neighbor was used as the fucking canary.
It's just crazy neighbor snoring and not a bear.
Oh my god. Okay. Crazy neighbor in this cave is probably about one of the creepiest things IRL I've ever heard. Do you hear that? Jesus!
It's drying out in here really nicely. I think it's going to be a relaxing sleep. Dare I say it? I have to sleep with my head at that end because this is sloping pretty severely.
So he's gotta move to hear crazy neighbor more.
See you guys in the morning.
The monsters in Silent Hill 2 sounded less creepy.
Morning from the abandoned mine. Sleep was pretty good, considering it's an abandoned mine and there's water dripping everywhere. But the sounds of the water echoing through the mine was relaxing enough to allow me a comfortable sleep. Crazy neighbor's already up and cracking, which is good because he did hit the hay earlier, so I stayed up watching around for animals or problems, and now he's up earlier watching around for animals or problems. Kind of like a little bit of an overlap, like a fire watch or something. So that's awesome. But I gotta get out of here because it is dog walking hour, and we did have somebody up yesterday very early. So we'll start packing this up and then leisurely get out of people's way. Not that we can't be camping in a mine. I just don't want to be a nuisance to people that want to come out here. You know, maybe see this mine and, you know, I'm sleeping in it. You know, it's just not fair. So, get out of here. Looks like a beautiful day out there.
It sure does.
Nice. It's just what we need.
Oh boy.
Of course, I'd like to thank all the folks that support this channel through comments and more. So, much appreciated, everybody. So, how'd you sleep?
Very good. Very, very good.
Yeah. I did too. There were some noises. I wasn't sure if it was outside or if it was my sleeping bag wrestling against the pad, but it sounded like feet shuffling.
Yeah, I heard my sleeping bag brushing against the pad.
Yeah. And of course, being in the mine shaft, you can't really, it's hard to get a sense of the direction of where sound is coming from. We're all cleaned up and there's nothing left behind.
Good.
That's the way I like it. And this is the last time we're going to have to do this horrible, horrible hill. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hey. Yes, I remember this all too well.
Excuse me.
The rest of it is just a steep trail from this point. It's not trying to go up a staircase made of shifting stones. We're well on the way on this trail through these bear-infested woods, and I'll use my last few percent of battery on the camera here to thank you all for watching, and please ask for your subscription if you like this type of thing. And I wait till the end to ask that so you're sure of what you're getting. And there's some interesting facts on that mine. That is a mine that was built in 1904 over 2 years by 6 men. So that was 12 man-years of labor. And they were not using any major explosives. There's no drill marks in there. Further down the hill, there is the remnants of an old cabin, which I could not access due to my lack of hiking aptitude, and an old minecart, which could not also be accessed for those reasons. However, if anybody is better at hiking than me and wants a challenge, there's some stuff to see out here. And
nice.
It should be figured out pretty quickly where this is. I normally don't say right in the video where I am, and today is no exception. So, thank you all. We will see you on the next one.
Nice. Yay, crazy neighbor. Okay. We also got the donation bin. But please go like these videos. Please, please, please. Steve's awesome. Donation bin stealth camping. Oh boy.
Welcome to Camping with Steve. I am in beautiful Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, and have been for 6 weeks. Not for a good reason. My mom was in palliative care for about a month, and a couple of weeks ago, she passed away.
Steve has not had it easy. Holy shit. Hang on. This is a year ago. So, wife died, then his mother died, and then crazy neighbor died. Jesus.
Peacefully, with no regrets, living her life exactly like she wanted to, and for that, I'm at peace. With that said, when life attacks you, you gotta take life on. Life, I'm coming for you. No better time for a stealth camp than right now, my friends.
His fucking attitude towards shit is just so good. Someone that just went through this palliative care wasn't worth it. Yeah, it really depends. I used to work in it, and unfortunately, it's a 50-50 shot. But Whiskey Alley, it's good to see ya. How you doing?
There's some charity donation bins here for a very worthy cause. I'm just gonna sneak behind these. Okay. So you can see the allure of this place. This has been teasing me for 6 weeks. Got a really rudimentary stealth camp kit here. Got my camera. Real
Thank you for giving Allie a shout out. I appreciate that.
To donate to the donation bins for all the trouble I'm causing them. And various clothing, tripods. So I'm taking out whatever's not that expensive and bringing the camera with me. Then we're gonna hit the grocery store and get some food. Want it to travel light and non-suspicious. Okay. There's a house over there.
Mom died in December from pancreatic cancer. I'm so sorry to hear that. Palliative care was such a waste of her time. When I was working for it, there were more than a few times where, and I actually remember one very, very, very distinctly. I walked in, and I mean, you know how it is, right? It's palliative care, it's end of life, quality of life stuff. And I remember this was like the first day I really hated working for that industry, because I went into a house and I said, okay, you know what? So the order says you're getting bed, air mattress, all that stuff, right? And I looked, and I think it was her son. I think it was the woman's son. She came up to me, and he's like, "Can I ask you a question?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course you can." He goes, she's probably not going to make it through the night. Like, she's coming home, die. That's what she wanted to do. Is this something where we're gonna need to, like, move stuff around or move her or move her bed? And I was like, well, I mean, it really depends. I mean, I can set it up in, like, the living room if that's where you want me to do it. I said, but the nice thing is that you guys also have a say as it happens. I was like, so if you guys don't want any of this stuff, then by all means, you can cancel it right now before I do anything. It was so much work for her to be comfortable. It was awful. I don't hate on the workers. Yeah. And it's rough. And like, what really stinks a lot of the time is it's the companies. It's totally the companies. Because they just, excuse me, they care about money more so than they do the actual patient a lot of the time. So they'll they'll just be, oh yeah, no, they need a bed, they need all this stuff, and they have to do like all this other crap, you know what I mean? And then it all gets there, but it's like, patient might not have enough time. I just hate on the reason. Hospice was best. It was an insurance payout. Well, I mean, to be fair, right? The reasoning behind it sucks. My grandmother, we kind of had a choice with her. Either she could live with my mother and stuff like that, but it was getting to the point where it was just way too much work. So we thought about hospice. We talked with the doctors, and they're like, well, we could try that, but it's not going to do anything. We get any worse. So we ended up, instead of insurance paying for like palliative care, because we knew that's what was going to happen, we had them instead do it where she was in a nursing home, and that seemed to be the better choice for her, for sure. And the reasoning behind them all just really sucks. But I'm sorry you had to go through that, Allie. That's not fun. It's like that whole situation is never, ever, ever fun.
And there's a window upstairs that could probably see me, so...
Free, thank you for the hydrate.
Slung hammock tonight. And, from the sidewalk on the other side...
Some people don't have the means to take care of them at home. Well, no, that's true. That's why, like... At least, and I will say this, hospice is typically really, really good when it comes to taking care of someone. In fact, typically they go way overboard. Still raw, less than 6 months. No worries at all. No worries at all. I can understand that. Yeah, hospice is usually really, really good. They'll go overboard and like above and beyond for a patient's thing. What's the difference between palliative care and hospice? So hospice is typically if somebody needs to be in for a certain period of time, like an extended period of time. And with hospice, depending on exactly the situation, it may be something where either you could be in a facility or you could be at home, and then they have people come once a couple of days or whatever to make sure that everything is going the way that it should. But hospice doesn't necessarily mean end of life. It could be maybe they have like a sore that's basically turned into a crater in their leg, and it needs specialized equipment. And it's probably going to take, 3-4 weeks for it to really heal and stuff like that. Hospice would take care of stuff like that. Palliative care is more specifically end of life. Palliative care allow my mom to still receive chemo versus hospice did not. Yeah, that's also true. Hospice is typically like an extended period thing, but it does have restrictions, whereas palliative care, it's end of life. So they try to make people as comfortable as possible and try to take care of them and so on. So yeah, there typically is a difference. But yeah, palliative care usually means, end of and quality of, versus hospice, which could just be you need to be monitored, but it could be in a facility or it could be at home and it's for X amount of time. A lot of people look down on people who have their elders and whatnot in homes. There definitely has been a stigma, for sure. Hospice nurses are the real ones, the real MVPs. Oh, absolutely they are, 100%. And yeah, there is a stigma to that. But I can tell you from somebody who worked for the better part of a decade doing it, there were only ever like a couple of, I don't want to say bad apples, because it wasn't that they were deliberately screwing up or not doing something. But there were a couple of times where I'd have to step in and kind of fight for the patient, which was not fun, but that was also part of my job. So, yeah. It's always like, oh, how can you say you love them and do that and so on? It's very, very simple. you can't expect anybody to be on call 24 hours a day when they have the emotional connection of parent and child, or the other way around, excuse me, or sibling or loved one or whatever. That's a massive, massive emotional toll. Mom was here in my home during hospice and end of life. Was best for her other than being alone? Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, it's excuse me. Yeah, it's not an easy decision, and everybody's different for sure. And that's what's great about palliative care, is they're more worried about the patient and what's best for them. Excuse me. Typically. So yeah, basically any options are open. Nice, whether it's they stay where they are, they go to a facility, or they go home, or whatever. They're usually pretty good about that. And everybody that I worked with day in and day out, you're absolutely right. The hospice nurses and hospice doctors and stuff, like, they're absolutely all the real MVPs for sure. 100%.
There's potential that somebody could see me through there. So I'll have to play it stealthy. Not far away from the stealth camping location is a 24-hour gas station, which will serve very well for washrooms. By picking up my food on the run, I had a smaller bag to sneak back there. The East Coast is extremely beautiful with so many stealth camping spots. The only downside is the ticks, and a lot of them are carrying Lyme disease. I ran into a few people here that have had it. One of them had it for years before he got diagnosed with this stuff, so it's pretty serious. And I have nobody to check for ticks, so I'm always being pretty careful. I picked up some other stuff to treat my clothing with, this permethrin, which should do the job, along with some 30% DEET.
Screw that noise. Give me like 180% DEET.
Police driving up and down this road, and I know they probably pull in there to wait for speeders, but as long as I'm quiet back there, I shouldn't have a problem. And I've timed this to be in there as close to dusk as possible. We got another half hour, 45 minutes until the sun sets, and that's when the mosquitoes come out. So back here, the coast looks suspiciously clear. Just like that. I'm not going to set up the cot until a little bit later. Right now it just looks like I'm getting out of the heat and relaxing for a little bit, which is not a problem. I can hear people mowing their lawn because there are houses like right back there, but they shouldn't be able to see me. This is a no flashlight type of night, which shouldn't be a problem because there's street lights here, so I should be able to do everything with no artificial light.
Okay.
Since I'm legally dehydrated by this point, I'm going to crack a Rusty Truck by Heritage Brewing. It's local, and people have recommended it, so I'm going to try it. Most of what they had is your usual local craft brewery, IPAs and hoppy stuff, so I'll just stealth crack this Rusty Truck. That was one of the most stealthy beer cracks I've ever done in my life. Just in time, because I heard somebody like close their car door over there through the bushes.
No, Steve, you don't have to. Oh, God.
It's good.
Steve, why?
Close for comfort, so I gotta try and stay right up in there. And there's one of these gaps in between these bins. It's a little bit big. Right there. So I don't need somebody to pull up perfectly in line with this and look right at me. I'm gonna set up the GoPro as a stealth cam outside. So if somebody pulls up, I can log in on my phone and see who it is. That'll tell me how severely I need to hide. Just adjust
Stealthy whiskey bottle cork
the lights
pop.
Stay off.
Hell yeah.
And that the thing doesn't turn off. Okay, that's gonna work perfect.
Oh, okay.
I've repositioned the camera a little bit. The Wi-Fi wasn't very strong, but ooh, actually was a police going by. It's mosquito time, so
Got it out in the garage. Nice.
And most of stealth camping. I'm sitting here quiet, relaxing, trying to talk when there's traffic or birds chirping, so the neighbors don't hear us, and keeping an eye on the stealth cam. Yeah. It's probably a beautiful sunset. Fortunately, a lot of stuff closes here pretty early, so there shouldn't be much traffic in a bit. It's also a Tuesday after a long weekend, the Labor Day weekend, and so most people were hungover today, and they're gonna have to be in bed early, drinking lots of water to make up for their poor performance at work today.
Steve.
Everything looks reasonably quiet on the stealth cam out there, and just gotta sit and wait for a little bit longer.
Not very wise to camp right behind something that's asking people to pull up and drop shit off in. I mean, it's Steve. Like, do we really expect anything else at this point? The Bob Cock.
The guys next door, one of them was just shouting, "I didn't do it." And now he's jumping in a car and leaving, so I'm gonna remain as stealthy as possible. Sounds like trouble brewing.
Someone pulls up to the bins.
That came out of nowhere. I think somebody actually threw something in the bin. I hope that was closed, because the people that show up in the dark at night to put something in these bins, they're up to no good, I think.
Half his vids, he actually looks like a homeless person. I know, right?
Only one person dropping off midnight donations, which is all right. Some noise coming from that neighbor over there. And that's okay. Still some traffic, but it comes and goes with the streetlights on both ends. I think they're timed to annoy me as much as possible and to stop people from stealth camping here, but that's okay. We're gonna make do. It's reasonably quiet out there. It's quiet enough. I've opted for a light on very low. These are unfortunately extremely loud, so I'll use it on as low a setting as possible. Okay, that was a good trial run. And we'll find a more level place. I got a few things with me. Beef broth, braised beef raviolis, a heaping helping of veggies.
Oh, good.
Turn this down to a stealthy level, and
I don't know, spoiled.
Oil, so I'm just gonna saute these things in a little broth. And we'll just dump all the rest of it in, because it's a camping meal behind some donation bins, for crying out loud. This is not a Julia Child recipe here. Oh, that's a lot of vegetables. Let those simmer, and then we'll throw in the rest of it. That guy's in his backyard over there. I can totally hear it. So, no more lights until he goes to bed. We'll saute this stuff and get this stuff going.
Jesus.
Way too fast. My slop is simmering here. The veggies in there. But there's some lunatic driving up and down with really loud exhaust, and that's going to bring in the police. And I bet you they'll sit right here waiting for him to come back on another round. I'm not annoying the neighbors nearly as much as he is. I just about had to sneeze, and if you're stealth camping, you don't sneeze. The best thing is, like, if you feel a sneeze coming before it happens, like right when you feel it's gonna happen, just pinch right back at the back of the nose, like right where the bone is, and you will be saved. The
Camping 101.
Don't smell like anything. And if anybody actually pulled up beside the back of these donation bins, they would instantly smell something was happening.
Oh, God. We can file this. No, we're not filing it next to Snake Drops a Book, okay?
Oh, I gotta eat one of these right now, I think. Not done. It smells so ridiculously delicious, but I have to wander out. I know, everybody's shouting at me, don't do it, don't do it, there's gonna be a police. Here we go.
Oh boy.
That's perfect. Even that upstairs window has its light off. Yep. Looks like a good time to hug her down. The raviolis got a lot bigger than I expected. Like, yeah. These things are humongous.
Oh, dear God. Steve, why?
Oh, that's hot. And beefy. Finished my meal, and everything is getting packed back up. Because if I have to leave suddenly, I don't want it to look like an encampment, right? So we have to be very respectful when we're in and out quick overnight. Good, nothing exploded. Perfect. I had a way easier cot to set up, but it was also way bigger. As low slung as it is, that's gonna work great. Oh, okay, don't sit down like that. Oh no. So, I'm pretty happy to be outside tonight. Like it nice and cold.
Okay.
Like my air conditioner on full blast. And in the winter, I like my windows open.
Nice.
Right. Bottle of water for the morning. And it's beyond the mosquito time of the night, so we can turn off the thermocell, pack that away when it cools down, and get ready to hunker down.
How does he find these spots? He did say the other thing that he does is he drives around.
Time-lapse cam.
He said on top of people sending him stuff, he does just drive around when he goes into a new area to see if he can find any spots that he thinks would be interesting for stealth camping.
Only. All right. I'm gonna throw this in here. Bit of a hunker down garment. So check your thrift stores. It's gonna be in there. And I'll grab this cam here. All right. Okay. Back behind my donation bins for the night. All right. Time to go to bed behind these donation bins. Oh. Thank you everybody for watching and for your patience. We'll see you in the morning, and good things are coming because I'm taking on life.
Oh, Steve.
I'd really love to sleep in a little bit more because it's not even 7 in the morning yet, and I really hate 7 in the morning. But the rules of stealth: slip in late, slip out early, and this is a pretty technical stealth because just, you know, really, there's traffic there, there's people pulling in behind the bins, there's houses over there.
So this stealth camp is not for the faint of heart. Got it.
Every time I burp, I can smell dinner. That was good. Never underestimate the power of a little bit of broth.
What?
With that said, it's cleaner than perfect here. So,
every time I burp, I can smell dinner. That's okay.
Time to get out. We pulled off the crime sentry. Right. We're out of there. All right. Oh, only cash.
Hi, expecting fine.
I don't have any cash, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I can't back up, so I'll just drive through.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a bummer.
Cash only. Okay, so it looks like the bank machines are down in town here. So everywhere is kind of taking just cash. That puts me in a tricky spot, but it's an adventure. I'm hungry. Aha!
Good morning and welcome to McDonald's. I can only accept cash this morning. Will that be all right?
Yeah, I ran to the bank.
Okay. And what can I get for you?
Could I get an Egg Mac meal?
The Mighty McMuffin meal?
No, like a Big Mac made with eggs instead of meat.
I'm not really sure. Let me just check on that.
Thank you.
What?
You're very welcome.
A Big Mac made with eggs instead of meat. So it's... I think my brain just broke.
I'm sorry, we cannot do that.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry.
Well, could I get an Egg McMuffin?
Sure.
With Big Mac sauce on it?
Let's see why you can't do that. I'll put an ask me on it.
Okay. And onions and pickle?
I hate this. You totally can do it.
Okay.
So, onions, that's kind of like a Big Mac.
I'm guessing I can't get it on a Big Mac bun, right? And I'll do that as a meal with an iced coffee.
A meal as an iced coffee. Are you collecting points today?
No.
A medium iced coffee today?
Large.
What's okay? Medium?
A large would...
Oh, a large. I'm so sorry. Can't hear.
That's okay.
Okay. Any catch for anything on the side?
No.
Well, thank you for coming through, and you have a wonderful day today.
Thanks. You too.
Thank you.
The powers that be will not let me have an Egg Mac. Maybe during a lunch menu, when they're actually making Big Macs, I can just ask them to swap out the meat with egg. But then I don't get the hash brown. Tricky.
You can't do shit at McDecent Canada.
Thank you. Closest I could get to the Egg Mac I've been dreaming about all night. And, let's see. It's, the pickle works surprisingly well in this breakfast sandwich. I feel a full Big Mac with eggs instead of meat would be a little bit eggy. But actually, no regrets here. Dream come true. Well, anyway, thank you guys for watching. Sorry I couldn't show you guys the full Egg Mac. I'm gonna start making my way back across the country at some point. Still in Nova Scotia for another week-ish. And I will let people know, pardon me, I am really trying to coordinate something, whether it's like a meetup at a provincial campground here or something like that. So stay tuned on social media on either Facebook or Instagram. I'll put the links there so that you know where to find me. But thank you guys so much, and see you in the next adventure. And there are more to come. As I said, I am taking on life. Me and life have a thing going on here, and I'm coming for life. Cheers, everybody.
Ew. Phrasing, please, anyone? I'll give you $2 if you put it on a real bun, right? Okay, here's the link. Boom. Go like the video. Last one. 3 days of storm chasing. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, this will be the last one.
Everybody, welcome to Camping with Steve. Now, this is a strange start to a video, hey? What am I doing?
Yeah, the documentary I do want to watch. I think it's like 2 hours though, so we'll save that for another one. He should do a camp meals compilation. That'd be interesting.
Hotel room. Well, I'll tell you. Storm chasing. The reason I'm in such luxury accommodations right now is that I drove down last night to be in position for a storm chase today. And I actually got caught in a pretty big storm on the way down last night. I had to pull over in the hail. It was some of the worst I'd seen. That was in a community that actually had a big EF4 tornado about 3 weeks ago. So we're in the area for some extreme weather events, and thankfully nobody was harmed in that tornado that happened 3 weeks ago. There was some livestock killed, unfortunately, and some property, of course. But no, I'm not some secret storm chaser that knows what I'm doing. I've enlisted the help of a professional storm chaser, so he will be guiding the chase.
Oh, it's only 50?
I'm
okay.
Basically a passenger filming this journey. I'm going to try to work some camping in there because this is loosely a camping channel. And but what's better to do while you're camping than driving hundreds of miles and sitting in a car all day trying to see a violent tornado with massive suction power?
You have to lay down your exhausted, spoiled, have yourself a great night. Always love and appreciate you being here, and we will see you tomorrow, maybe, question mark?
Let's go. All ready to get picked up. And this is a bucket list trip. This was on beautiful wife and I's bucket list to do a storm chase together with a professional storm chaser. So I'm pushing forward and doing these things so that at least
why not?
Got to do this. And I'm in much better headspace lately. It's been a rough couple of weeks. Thank you for your patience and sticking with me.
Oh, he's doing it for beautiful wife.
Just gotta wait and meet this fellow, Kyle. And the most polite way to meet somebody is to shove a camera in their face. I like his ride. Just getting all loaded in here. We got a bunch of filming gear, some drones, and we got Kyle. Hi, Kyle.
Hey!
And we got an actual, like, well, he's got radar set up and all that. So, yeah, it promises to be a good trip. We're just gonna check some models and forecasts and see exactly what way we're gonna go.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Let's do it. Typically what I'll do to start when I make a forecast is just look at some of the upper air observations and surface observations, as well as satellite imagery here. And I mean, I'm looking at a water vapor image, and you can see that there's a big upper trough here pushing in from BC, moving to the east, and that's going to be our weather maker today. We've got really strong forcing right here in southern BC. Once this gets kind of onto the eastern side of the Rockies, we're going to be seeing storm initiation. We've got some cloud cover through our target area right now, which is going to reduce the amount of instability that develops, but there's a really strong area of low pressure forming, looks like just northeast of Calgary. So we're going to be kind of targeting the northern side of that, looking for thunderstorms with potentially all hazards today. So yeah, we're just going to have to see how this evolves in real time, but it's pretty textbook right here. Looks like probably by early afternoon, maybe even, you know, in the next hour or two, we'll start to see some thunderstorm activity popping up on the foothills and moving east, and that's what we're going to be kind of watching for the day.
Just fueling up here. We think we got a plan. We think we know where we're going.
Yeah, we'll find out. We're in a good zone here where the winds are coming together, so hopefully this is going to happen.
Perfect. I'm excited. Let's fill up and hit the road.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Right on the corner of that, or if like another big storm goes to the north, if it's just going to go bang, like outflow boundary. Yeah. That just took off once it hit the side of the frickin' Rockies here. Yeah, it's warm and dry. I think that the air that's feeding those clouds is coming from the south side, so it's the clouds will be higher based when it's drier. But we're hoping to be on the moist north side of the boundary, and the clouds will be lower there, and that's where we would look for tornado potential. On the left side, you can see those towers just rocketing up there. Yeah, this is definitely the place to watch now.
Uh-oh.
Right. And we, yeah, where's the, oh gosh, what's happening there?
That's near Millerville.
Right.
That would be right back in there.
Yeah.
Holy moly, you've got a tripod that's way fancier than mine. You're used to stronger winds, I guess?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Look at this.
Yeah, hold on to that if we start getting... Yeah.
Yeah, this is my spindly little guy. Look at this thing. Carbon fiber.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep mine nice and low to the ground.
This is one of those things.
I'm gonna be extremely happy.
This is one of those things where, like, when you watch somebody go through it, like when Ryan Hall does his stuff, right? And we see all the different people that are out doing the chases. I sit there and go, oh man, you know what? That'd actually be really, really cool. But at the same time, I'd be fucking terrified.
I'm just hoping to see some lightning, maybe some hail, and a nice looking storm. So the rest is going to be a bonus.
Oh yeah, he's got a big, muscly neck,
already.
that's for sure.
All right.
That's a good sign.
Okay, never seen one of them, so it's a good start. First hour on the road.
Yeah. First stop is already a funnel cloud.
Awesome.
Okay.
It's just like
that's a funnel right there, though, isn't it?
Yeah, right there. And then the dust is picking up there. So
that's a tornado right there, I think.
Yeah.
Cyst removal? Gotcha.
There's the funnel.
Oh, Jesus. They really are getting it.
Hey, should we keep up with it?
Wow.
Hey. There we go. This got real.
Yeah, wow. Okay, nobody coming this side? We're clear?
Yep, we're clear.
Okay. Yeah, there, it's still going. It's going southeastward though. See that funnel right up there?
Yep.
Oh boy.
It's blowing debris around.
Wow.
It might have been just a gust NATO, but we'll find out shortly. If there's something swirling overhead, it was a tornado, so I'm gonna keep going with it here. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh man, I think it's a tornado. Look at it going.
Yep.
Jesus.
We'll find out shortly here.
Yeah, it's in the trees.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have to head east quick.
Okay. I like the plan of...
You can see it rotating here.
Yeah.
A little bit. So, yeah, I think we have to go east to 466 and then what, 2A south and then east on 24, do you think?
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tornado warning just came in over the phone, so we're in the zone here.
Look at that wave, eh?
Yeah.
Let's go east to Blackie and then maybe north.
Yeah.
North 2 miles just so we can be right under it. Okay.
One of the coolest things I've done in my life.
Man, this is insane. It's so hot on this side of the boundary.
Yeah, right?
Oh, that's not good.
Wow. As you can see, substantial wind. That's the outflow. See, look at me.
There you go.
Yeah, no way in hell you'd catch me doing this.
It is a wild day.
Yeah, so far 2 spin-ups, 1 tornado, 1 gust NATO.
It looks cool as hell, but yeah, no. No, thank you. Grain bin flying across the road.
We gotta get up there.
Oof.
Wow.
Jesus.
Well, there's some debris here.
Totally.
Yeah, that thing got wrecked.
Conditions are no longer favorably tornadic, so we're gonna go chasing wind gusts.
Whoo! That's no bueno. Also, if you guys haven't been in a hailstorm before, that shit hurts. Just FYI.
Successful chase for the day, and we're gonna stop for dinner here. Apparently, if you see a tornado, you get to order a steak. And I was quizzing on that. It didn't look to me, but I'm not a storm chaser, and apparently an EF0. And they've got some other pictures of it. It looks great in their pictures. I haven't looked at my footage yet, but I hope it looks okay. And then we can open up the debate about if it was a tornado or not. But I'm having steak anyways, regardless.
You guys can dig in. Are we waiting for? I'm waiting for barbecue sauce. Oh yeah.
Nothing better than tornado steak. Well-deserved steak Next stop, Saskatchewan. We're going to push on further because it looks like we should have some potential tomorrow out in Manitoba. So let's put some miles on.
Let's do it.
It's about 9:24 p.m. and we've been going all day, so it is time to stop at the next place we see because we're both pretty beat and we got a long day of driving tomorrow.
Oh boy. You know that is a quality hotel by the pits in the concrete, which also could possibly be bullet holes, mostly because of the state of the vacancy sign, which looks like it's been shot at possibly multiple times, but actually just says vac.
Fortunately, there was vacancy here, and got a couple of rooms for the night. All right, you're taking number 5.
Right on, man. Let's do it.
Yeah. I'm just down to number 7 here past the plants.
All right, good night.
That is a weird wall.
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
That's a very weird wall. Why would they do that?
Okay. All right. Okay. Don't need much more than this. I don't know if the air conditioner works, but that's okay. There's a window. It's actually pretty nice and cool out. Got a computer right there. Coffee for the morning. Excellent. And sugar, and that this is creamer.
Oh God.
Coffee. Perfect. And bag of sugar too. Microwave. I think they sell snacks over at the bar. And a lighter.
Nice.
Very nice. Some good artwork. And fully fixtured bathroom.
Okay, well, hang on. This right here, especially with the lighting, is prime, and I mean prime, serial killer bathroom.
Well-deserved step 2. That was an awesome day. I had a blast. I reviewed the footage. I enhanced the exposure a little bit to see through all that haze and smoke that was in the air. And yeah, I can really see the rotation and the column coming up and some debris. And some of the other fellows also got the funnel spout on the top. So I'll get together what footage I can. I'm pretty sure that was a tornado. Very weak one, EF0, as low as it goes. Learning some of these things. But again, nothing I would try on my own. A strange adventure, different than normal for sure, but it's another thing off my bucket list. The general consensus between everybody was that was a tornado. So, including within the storm chaser community, everybody is not disputing that fact. So, a very small one, but that's okay. It's a training tornado. Off to bed, and just gonna crawl into those comfy covers, and see you guys in the morning.
Does he just drink a single can of beer? I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Continue.
I'm pretty sure all he does is he has one beer, or he'll grab his whiskey like he did before, and then it'll be like, ooh, look at that, breakfast whiskey.
Morning!
Morning!
Okay, so we got 2 possible locations today that we're gonna aim for. I leave, of course, all of the forecasting to the forecaster, and I'm just here
Good
to
call.
ballast, basically, and to hold a camera, of course. But this is Kyle Britton, and he is a very experienced storm chaser, and probably one of the best in the province. And he does his own videos, so his link will be in the description down below. And you can follow along with him because he is finding way more of these than I do. So if you're interested in this type of thing, he's the man to follow.
Wow.
Oh boy.
That was wild. For a sec.
So it looks like there's going to be a storm.
Yeah, it's going. She's going.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, you know, I think it's taking shape, man. I think that's the start of the RFD cut.
I have no idea what's going on. But it looks impressive.
Oh yeah, that's wrapping in, bro. Yeah, it's 4 miles down.
Okay, we think something's happening here. Things are wrapping around. This could happen.
What do you mean you think something's happening? Sir, there is things happening literally right in front of you.
Alright. Here we go.
Oh god. Steve, no.
Oh yeah, Craig's right though. I wonder if we should go,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get freaking basement. Stand by. Pull over here for a sec. Oh, road closed, as if.
Come on.
Shoot. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna reassess before I commit.
Alright.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the other one.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Road closed, so we gotta backtrack, and we're gonna try and cut it off at the pass. We're gonna have to go south and then blast east. This looks impressive, but might not be much. Not much left to right motion, apparently. A lot of other storm chases on the road, though.
it is kind of rotating.
Yeah? Yeah, it is.
Feeling the outflow, but yeah. There is rotation in the wall cloud.
Apparently, there is rotation in the wall cloud.
Good call, Steve. Very good call.
Update here. So it looks like that storm is kind of falling apart, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we chased it down for a little bit. A lot of zigzagging in the storm chasing, trying to stay ahead to the side of these things. And it's been fun. That was a beautiful storm today, actually. It was humbling to stand underneath of it and see the swirling clouds, like just how quick it's moving. It was absolutely something to behold. And so we are going to call it for now. It's been a successful chase, and we're going to go find some grub. And we still got a lot of driving to do because we're a long way from home. How far do you think we're going?
Oh man, well, we've got several hours left to go back west, so we're 2 provinces away from home now. So.
Hey everyone, after 14 hours on the road, I am pooped. We left at about 8 this morning. We got in here 10:30, 11-ish. So it's been a long day of driving. Well worth it though. It was something I really wanted to do. That's off the bucket list. Saw a tornado, a real one. Debatable, but it was actually a real tornado. Very small though, really, really small. But it was in the news and all that. It was confirmed as an actual tornado by Environment Canada. So technically, it fits the bill. And there was beautiful storms anyways, well worth the drive. But I'm sure everybody skipped over all the tornado chasing stuff. And now we're gonna go find a campground in the morning.
What?
it'll be slightly less driving, but still a lot tomorrow. So we're gonna hunker down, guys.
You're gonna find a place to stealth camp in the middle of a tornado area? Steve. Bro.
Oh, good. My car's still there.
All the windows are still there.
So, yeah, got all the gear here. Kyle, thanks so much. That was an amazing trip. Great look into the world of storm chasing. Absolutely exciting. I think it's the perfect mix of boredom and excitement.
He looks like Tom Brady.
You know, like you're sitting there trying to be stealthy, and then something crazy happens, and then it's just a world of excitement. So I think the two worlds have a little more in common than we might have thought.
Absolutely. It was such a good time with you, man. I learned a lot from you as well about camping, and had a great time.
Well, cheers. Thanks again, and we'll stay in touch. And please reach out, and if you're in my neighborhood and you see a good storm, swing by and pick me up. I'll chip in for gas.
Will do.
All right. Cheers, Matt.
Take care.
All right, you too. Okay, that was an awesome adventure, but I gotta go camping. That's what this is all about. What's the point in storm chasing if you can't go camping? So it's 6 p.m. and I gotta find a campground, and I'm very close to Calgary, so I don't want to head into the mountains. Everything's probably reserved, so I'm probably gonna pull out an app and see what I can find for a campground that's kind of more on the direction of the way home. So let's hit the road.
Okay. Let's hit the road, Steve. Hurry up. Oh, we got 8 more. Well, yeah, like 8 more minutes.
Good news, I found a campground that's open. And bad news is, I don't know if there's any spots there. It's the only first come, first serve one around here I can find. And I've got some cash, we've got some food. So hopefully I should be able to check in and I can relax after a lot of driving. Otherwise I gotta drive back home tonight. And yeah, it's been, you know, a few days of 12 hours on the road. So I'd really like to relax at the campground, have a fire, and a frosty, delicious beverage of sorts.
He's got a really, really loud back end.
Oh, I'm not holding my breath on this one. It is busy.
Oh, that's not good.
I'm gonna make it to the next closest town and see what I can come up with. I really don't want to drive all the way home tonight. It's gonna be dark by the time I get there, and if I have to actually just stop on the side of the road, that might be an option, but I'm headed towards an area where there should be some campgrounds. Oh, camping is so popular these days. Okay, I've looked at the maps and I've made a bit of a decision. I am heading back home. I've punched in directions to my place, and what I'm looking at doing is seeing if I can see a campground along the way or a good spot to camp, and in that case I will. I have no idea where I am right now. I just have a vague bunch of directions back home, and there should be some opportunities between here and there as long as everything's not full. So I will keep you updated, and let's hope for the best. Stop for gas because I'm going to need gas to get home, and the gas station's closed, so this is not turning into a good evening of camping. I'm going to look at my maps a little more here and come up with a bit of a plan.
Steve is not having a good one today.
It is late. It is pretty dark. It's like 10-12 p.m. and I found a campsite. Let's check it out. See what we got.
Steve, you got to turn on your lights, buddy.
This campsite's a bust, unfortunately.
Ugh. That sucks.
All right, I pulled over on the side of the road. It's about 11:13 p.m. and I'm still, looks like an hour and 45 minutes away from getting home if I were to continue. So that's about 1 in the morning. And there is one recreation site campground down this road, about 12 kilometers. So worst comes to worst, if I check this out, I've just added, 20 minutes onto the trip. So I think I'm going to tuck in there and camp if there's actually a spot to camp.
Yay! He turned his lights on finally.
Okay, I got Hope here. It's in the middle of nowhere. There's definitely going to be no services. There's no cell service. And I haven't seen anybody. So, I am pretty remote. I should have some luck here. Oh wow, there's actually, looks to be a few sites here, so that's pretty good. Oh. Okay, the middle of nowhere, this place looks full. So I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and see what I can do. Maybe I'm just used to camping in the off seasons, and I expected that a very remote place might have some availability on a Wednesday in the middle of nowhere. However, I am mistaken. Everything is full here.
Ouch.
And that is not good. Back on the road. Little midnight road trip here. Okay, I pushed on and got back home. I didn't see anything else along the way that would work. And yeah, it was like a 16-hour day of travel. So I'm a little wiped. I am gonna hit the hay and I'll just do a recap in the morning. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go camping, but you know, it was a good road trip anyway. And there's more camping come soon, but I gotta get to bed. It's been a long few days with a lot of time on the road, and we'll touch base in the morning here. Night. Good morning, everybody. Construction crew is going on the house already, so it's time for me to crawl it to the school bus to get a little more sleep. My final thoughts on storm chasing. It's fantastic. It's exciting. It's wonderful. I would do it again, but it's a lot of driving. So it was, since I left on Sunday night, 2,800 kilometers, which is equal to 1,800 miles that I put on in the last like 4 days.
Damn.
So that's long days of driving.
Yeah, it
no
is.
guarantee of seeing anything. So that's where these professionals really come in, and they're not going to waste their time or gas unless they're pretty sure of seeing something. So a big shout out. Thank you again, Kyle. And it was awesome that you actually took me along on that trip. I also have to thank everybody who supported the channel, and I'm going to roll the supporters on a nice little time lapse of one of the last storms that we saw. So thank you everybody for watching. This is a different video. I thought there'd be a little more camping in it. I didn't know it'd be primarily just storm chasing, but that's another thing. Storm chasing and camping don't really go hand in hand, because you don't know where you're going to end up. And usually when you're storm chasing, there is big empty fields in the prairies and not a lot of campgrounds. So that's something to keep in mind. But I would say that if you're camping and you see something on the radar, or have learned a little bit about forecasting and that type of thing, and can do it safely, yeah, you could poke out and look and do some photography and get some videos of some storms on a camping trip. So cheers everybody, thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next one. Hunker down, everybody.
Oh, Steve, why you do things. That was a good one. I like how he realized very quickly, no, this probably isn't the best idea. Okay, that was good though. That was a nice way to end it. So here is the video. I'll link it for you guys. Please like the video. Would really appreciate it. But that is going to be it for me for tonight. We had Corgi coming in with that raid. Thank you so much, Corgi. We had Spoiled coming in for 52 months. My God. Tonight we had True, we had Corgi, we had Spoiled, we had Sophia, we had Aylin, we had Whiskey Alley, we had Myth, we had a bunch of awesome people. So thank you everybody for hanging out. I really appreciate you. I will be back later on today, but until I see all of you then, thank you all for watching, and have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here: try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you guys later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Take care. Have a great night. I'm out. Bye, guys.